You are watching Access LaPorte County Channel 97. Coming up next is the July 21st meeting for the Michigan City Common Council. You can find more information for this meeting by visiting www.accesslaportecounty.org.
Good evening and welcome to the Michigan City Common Council meeting. Today is July 21st, 2026. Before we begin, I would ask all to please silence all of your electronic devices. Again, please silence all of your electronic devices. I would also ask that on tonight, as we conduct business, to keep in mind that public comments are 3 minutes. We do have 2 matters that is going to be under public hearing. Under public hearings, you are still allowed for your public comments, and public comments are still 3 minutes. At this time, I will also ask if you would please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of prayer. Madam Clerk, on roll call, please.
Mr. Beatrice?
Mr. Beatrice absent, is excused for this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, he is on Zoom.
Present.
Mr.
Present.
Cole?
Present.
Mr. Dabney?
Present.
Dr. Cora?
Present.
Ms. Lee? Present. Ms. Moldenhauer?
Present.
Mr. Nelson?
Present.
Mr. Prespolinski?
Present.
Ms. Tillman?
Present.
9 and present.
And we do have a quorum moving forward on our agenda. We have approval of minutes, our regular council hybrid Zoom, July 7th, 2026. Have all of the council members had the opportunity to review the minutes from July 7th? And if there are any corrections currently needed? If not, may I entertain a motion?
So moved. Support.
Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Ms. Moldenhauer?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski?
Aye.
Ms. Tillman?
Aye.
Mr. Beatrice?
Aye.
Mr.
I'm sorry, one moment. I'm sorry. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Coulter?
Aye.
Mr. Dabney?
Aye.
Dr. Cora?
Aye.
Ms. Lee? Aye. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And that is the approval of the minutes for our regular council, July 7th of 2026. Next, we have reports of standing committees. Our Finance Committee meeting, Councilman Dabney.
Yes, tonight's July 21st, 2026 Finance Committee meeting minutes go as so. The Finance Committee meeting was called to order by Chairman Bryant Dabney at 6:01 p.m. to review and approve claims since our last meeting. Committee members, Councilman Dr. Cora, Councilman Bryant Dabney were present, as well as Councilwoman Tillman. City Controller Tamiko Smith and Assistant City Controller Ann Schaefer were also present. Claims reviewed were $0 from the Riverboat Fund, $0 from Boyd Development Fund, and $3,345.50 from the Rainy Day Fund, for a total claims docket of $3,345.50. There was a question from Dr. Cora regarding if this would be the last payment of the NPERS payments. Controller Tamiko Smith stated that everyone from the list had contacted NPERS regarding payments, but it may not be the last of the NPERS payments that we have as a city to meet our obligation. Councilman Dr. Cora moved to recommend approval of the docket with a second from Councilman Dabney. The motion was approved unanimously. Chairman Dabney opened up the meeting to ask if any council members had questions regarding any of the ordinances on tonight's council meeting, and there were no questions or comments. We did have a public comment regarding Bill of Rights and Fourth Amendment rights attaining to the flock system. And after those comments were done, there was a motion by Councilman Dr. Cora and a second by Councilman Dabney, and the meeting was adjourned at 6:11 p.m. The details of the claims are as follows. From the Riverboat Fund, once again, $0. From Boyd Development, $0. And from the Rainy Day Fund, we had the INPERS, or Indiana Public Retirement payment. There was one payment totaling $3,345.50. And that is to make up retirement payment for non-retired city employees who identified as retired. And once again, total claims docket of $3,345.50. And then we went and reviewed or looked over the July 21st, 2026 Riverboat and Rainy Day Fund statement of cash position. In the Riverboat Fund, we have $5,789,664 even. In the Rainy Day Fund, we have $1,101,730.85 for a total between those two funds of $6,891,394.85. And that concludes tonight's Finance Committee meeting minutes.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of the July 21st, 2026 total claims of $3,345.50.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski.
Aye.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatrice,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And the claims for July 21st, 2026 has been approved. Next, we have reports from boards and commissions. Are there any reports from boards and commissions? Councilwoman Moldenhauer?
Thank you, Madam President. The Michigan City Sustainability Commission recently signed up with IDEM, which is the Indiana Department of, Indiana Department of whatever it is, Environmental Management, thank you. And also it's part of Drive Clean Indiana. And part of our obligations are to let the public know when air quality action days are in effect. In this past week, we actually had 6 out of 7 days that were classified as air quality action days. And the Sustainability Commission did make posts on social media with warnings for vulnerable populations and tips for helping to lower the ozone. The alert was through yesterday, Monday, and today it's off. And I just wanted to share with you, my cousin Andy Kubik actually did some additional research besides what's usually published. And he asked if I would share this with you. And he found out that you can change your air filter in your furnace air conditioning unit, and that actually helps for interior home air quality. Also, if you run the fan continuously for a little bit, that actually helps clean out the air more effectively indoors. And then also, if you're able to, I know everybody can't, but if you can buy a portable air purifier and keep that in the room that you spend the most time in, that can help significantly. And please keep an eye out for our individuals that have asthma, COPD, and lung cancer, because they're the ones that are most seriously affected when we have these days. Also, I want to make a very brief announcement. Northwest Indiana Green Drinks is coming back from a summer hiatus that we usually take. It'll be Thursday, August 6th at 6:30 p.m. The topic is, will green steel manufacturing come to Indiana? And this is a very exciting and very timely topic since the steel mills here are in process of relining their coal blast furnaces, and we're trying to get them to convert to electricity so it's cleaner production. And Jack Weinberg of GUARD will be presenting. He started out in the steel mills, so he knows what goes on in those mills. And he ended up his career before he retired working in the environment. So I heard his presentation, I heard IU's presentation, and I picked his because I thought it was the best, and he really had a lot of information on our local steel mills. So please join us for that. You can log on to Save the Dunes Facebook Live, or you can get the link from that's EM, short for Emily, m@savedunes.org, m@savedunes.org. And also it's posted on Save the Dunes website. You can find it there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Moldenauer. Councilman Preselinski.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, for the rest of the council and for the public in general, I am the liaison to the LaPorte Solid Waste District, and we are in charge of the recycle containers that are located at Central Services over on Kentucky Street. Things are getting a little better there with the illegal dumping, but we still have cases of it. And the district is looking at getting newer cameras, a different type system, and increasing the fines if anyone's going to be caught dumping in those boxes over there. So I just want to forewarn anybody, if that is your habit of dumping illegal things in those boxes, sooner or later you will be caught. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Preselinski. Are there any other reports from boards and commissions? If there are none, moving along, we have any reports of special or select committees? Any reports of special or select committees? Any reports of special or select committees? There are none. Next, we have reports from mayor or other city officers and departments. Do we have any reports from mayor or other city officers and departments? If there are none, we do have Dr. Wendell McCullum in attendance this evening. He is with the Michigan City Area School. He is our Michigan City Area School Superintendent. He will be presenting the Michigan City Area Schools operating referendum.
Good evening, council
Good
members,
evening,
and
Dr.
thank you,
McCullum.
Madam President, for having me this evening to give a high-level brief on the operating referendum that the school is pursuing on the November 3rd ballot. The school board, trustees of the school board for the Michigan City Area Schools approved a resolution for an operating referendum for the November 3rd ballot. That operating referendum would be over the course of 8 years for a total of $80 million or $10 million per year. And once again, that is totally for operations. And before I get started, I would be remiss if I didn't have a bit of nostalgia in my experience in working with the Common Council, and just thinking back has been a decade now since we partnered to put together the Promise Scholarship. And I can think of Councilperson Dabney, who was a part of that committee that helped bring that to the Michigan City Area Schools. And since then, we've had several hundred students who have been able to partake in that scholarship. I know that we are looking at north of 30 students who are going to be able to receive it for this coming school year. So I'm very grateful that as a school system, we can partner with the Common Council in the city to provide our students with ongoing post-secondary opportunities. In addition to that, regarding post-secondary opportunities, the fact that over the last 10 years, the Common Council through the Redevelopment Commission has been able to provide the school system with well over $1 million worth of technology and professional development. That technology, including Chromebooks, has supported our students. And as we know, leading up to the pandemic, where all of our students were online, those bits of technology came into play in a great deal. And the fact that our teachers are well versed in using technology and all the things that are required of 21st century students, we appreciate the support and partnership once again with the Common Council and the City of Michigan City. So once again, we are, as a school system, seeking a operating referendum. And as the news continues to come across from various districts across the state, we are now one of 38 districts that has a resolution heading to the ballot this fall. A lot of that is due to the pressures that school systems have faced when it comes to the property tax caps that were put in place in 2008. On the graphic that I share here, as it highlights the need and the why, for the district, we rely on property taxes when it comes to our operation fund. School systems receive tax support through property taxes through two separate funds for us, and that's our operating fund and then also our debt service fund. We also receive dollars through tuition support and also excise tax in our education fund, which is the largest fund for the majority of the school districts because that goes directly into the building supporting staff, supporting our teachers, whether it's programming or salaries. So as a district over the last decade plus, we've seen that number increase in terms of the property tax cap hitting our operating fund up to last year, close to almost $6 million. The district was not able to receive because of the property tax caps. And now with SEA 1 coming into play here in the next year, many districts and municipalities are also feeling the impact of those tax dollars, which we know will go to support homeowners, but also businesses as well. So for us as a district, like I said, we are one of 38 districts this year who are going to be going out for a referendum, which is by far the most that's ever been in place. Before this year, since 2008, the most that had a referendum in any year was 12. And then with still a few weeks before the deadline for school districts to try to file for one, there's an anticipation that there'll be close to 50 school districts. And then over the next 2 years, because now with the change in law in 2021, referendums now can only take place during the primary every even year or every even year. So we expect in 2028 that there'll be close to another 40 to 50 districts that are going to go out for referendum. And that is simply because that is the way that the system has been established for school districts if you need those supports when it comes to your operation fund, that communities are going to have to put those questions on a ballot to say, yes, we want to support our public school system or no. So for us, as a district, we have since last year looked at efficiencies, ways in which we can reduce our overall spending, our costs, whether it was certain programs, looking at changing routes, things that would not impact student programming. So we're all in that same position of how do we continue to provide the best supports for our students without harming what goes on in the classroom. We were in this situation in 2013. That was the last time that the Michigan City area schools sought a referendum, and due to the failure of that question and not being able to go through, we had to make some drastic changes and cuts, not only closing buildings, but eliminating programs and also people. So we lost a great deal of young talent in terms of teachers and educators, as well as parents who ultimately decided they wanted their students to be able to participate in certain programs. And for us, that was what we saw were a lot of extracurricular opportunities. So elementary sports, middle school sports, those programs for us took a hit. And when we talk about how the district recovered or was able to maintain after 2013's failed referendum, many of us look to that time and think we still are trying to recover from the closings and the loss of staff and the loss of people. Thankfully, we've been able to, over the last few years, look at ways in which we can encourage and engage our students, surveying parents, surveying students, being able to bring back certain opportunities for our students, elementary sports, elementary arts programs. Those things are really near and dear to our parents and our students. So in the past, where we would have a theater arts program held up at one building, for us, that would have been Pine. Last year, we were able to find sponsors who wanted to support students, mainly teachers, and they were able to provide those opportunities for our students. So having a theater arts class at Marsh was something that we didn't even dream of or think that could be possible. but through conversations and surveys with our students and parents, we found that those things were important. So those are the pieces that we know, unfortunately, we would have to look at if the referendum were not successful. So for us, as I mentioned, we reduced over $2 million in costs this past spring. And due to the pressures of us losing operating dollars, whether it's SEA 1 or through the tax caps, the district is looking at close to $4 million we would have to reduce next fall, or by next fall, if the referendum were not successful. Also, with that, in terms of where would this money go for our referendum, we are looking at 65% of it being dedicated to what happens in the classroom. So we know as a community, as a region, STEM opportunities, that science, technology, education, our engineering and math is crucial. Our CTE programming is really exciting and popular for our students. And those are opportunities that have generally only been available at the 11th and 12th grade. Only at the 11th and 12th grade. For our students, we're trying to fill that all the way down to our elementary students. So as you go around the state, you go around the country, you see that CTE is not just an 11th and 12th grade experience, it's an all grade experience. And when we go to all different types of regional meetings, listen to what's going on around the state, we know that the majority of our students are not matriculating to a traditional college setting when they graduate. They're looking at trying to have some type of skill, and a lot of what we see in our region in the state that would be available to our students, our CTE programming can provide those opportunities for our students. As well as the state has mandated that literacy, as we know, third grade reading is something that's very important as well. Now math is going to follow suit. So for us, having specialists who can support our teachers with bringing our students up to par when it comes to reading, but also math would be a part of that 65%. Having smaller class size. Some of you have had the opportunity to go into some of our primary grades and primary schools, and you see a class of second graders or first graders, and it's filled to the max, 25 to 28 students. If you've ever been around a bunch of 7 or 8 year olds, having 28 of them in one class is a daunting task. And as a former high school principal, I walk into that classroom and I start sweating. So it's very important that our educators who are highly skilled, we know as we look around, especially as parents or just community members, that having a lower class size for those educators and for those students is important. So those are all things that would go up into that larger bucket, the 65%, as well as just maintaining, having highly effective teachers. Not only is the competition for us as a public school tough because we have charters, we have private schools, but it's also tough for our neighboring districts, and they would do everything they can to try to hire our highly educated teachers. So we want to keep the people that we've brought up and trained with us as well. 20% of the funds would go towards educationally related programs. So those are those programs that I talked about before through our strategic planning when we surveyed parents and students that they wanted these after-school opportunities. So this is something that goes towards us transporting our students because we want to make sure that all of our kids have what they need when it comes to after-school activities, as well as supporting the adults who are working with those students. And then 15% of this would go towards safety and student supports. So once again, Michigan City, we have a very diverse student population, and those students come to us with all different types of needs. So for us as a district, knowing that we have received concerns with bullying, with our students not having enough emotional health or wellness support, our parents as well, having support people who could be able to be on the ready, support parents, students, and teachers, and as well as school resource officers. So last fall or the fall of 2024, we surveyed our parents, and they were very clear that they would prefer the school systems to have weapons detection systems. And that requires us to have people that support those systems, as well as when they look around and see what other districts have, having more school resource officers in our building right now, or in our building. So right now we have 2 that support the district, but we know that there's an opportunity or space for us to have more because those 2 are quite filled up when it comes to work at the high school. And then from there, having more social work and just all around social emotional learning supports for our district. Some of the questions that have come up that we've received is we're very excited with the fact that we are looking at doing a $185 million bonding project, which is going to bring our buildings up to 21st century standards. It's been a long time coming since we've had any new work done on our buildings, and besides Lake Hills and Pine almost 16 years ago. But those funds that come through our debt service fund are legally restricted to that fund. We cannot use those dollars for people or programs. It has to be specific to capital projects. So as a district, when we built Lake Hills and Pine, paid down those debts, and then this new round of capital projects is not any increase to the taxpayers. But once again, those funds from our operating fund as well as our debt service fund cannot be moved to our education fund. We can, however, move dollars from our education fund. Districts are restricted to 15% of your overall budget. Our education fund that can be moved to operations. But for the majority of the districts around the state who are having or receiving less students due to competition, there's only so many dollars that you can take from the education fund and place in your operations. So as I highlighted for us, if the district is not successful with the referendum, we know that there's going to be programming and people that we're going to have to reduce. And we're going to say that out loud, that it's not going to be comfortable and it's not going to be good for us as a district or the community. And then overall, what does this mean in terms of, if I'm supporting this referendum, what does it look like in cost for the average homeowner? And what we've been using in our literature is the question that's going to be on the ballot in the fall is going to highlight a median home value of $200,000. Even though that's not the median home value for Michigan City area, for the Michigan City area schools, it's actually $164,000 is the median house. But because of the state statute requiring us to round up to the nearest 100,000, you're going to see $200,000 on that question. And even with that, it's going to say your taxes are going to increase $260 because of this $200,000 median household that we have to use in the question. So for us, we have been going back and forth with building a calculator that highlights what it would be based on your home's value. That calculator is on the school district's website at educatemc.net. If you find the referendum tab, there's going to be more information that is on there. But once again, we know that the average home is $164,000, but the question is going to say $200,000 in terms of, do you want to support the referendum? And then with that calculator, because it highlights the overall tax bill, we've also included the credit that homeowners would receive starting next year with SEA 1, which would coincide with the referendum if it were successful. And that's where we get the 50 cents a month over the entire 8 years of the referendum. So breaking that down using a calculator, that's what it comes to. So truly, we're asking homeowners to support us with the SEA 1 tax credit that they're going to receive next year. That's not happened before in terms of the coincidence of referendum opportunities and the SEA 1 credit, which is up to $300 that homeowners are going to receive. So also just highlighting that on that question, it's also going to have a maximum tax rate of $29.98 for every $100 of assessed value. We don't anticipate as a district that rate is going to be met. The initial rate would be at 26 cents for $100. And every year, the board would have to set the rate. So it's not just going to automatically go to the highest rate. It's going to have to be voted on each year before that rate is changed or if it needs to be changed. So once again, we know that public schools are vital to any community that's striving or moving ahead, moving forward. Public school support is crucial. And we know that we don't want to face what we went through 2013, where the morale of the community and the school system took a hit because people felt like there were no support for the school system. So as we're inviting people from other communities to give Michigan City a chance to live, we also want that same opportunity for them to attend Michigan City area schools. So with that, I will open it up for questions. And before I do that, also, we're going to have a meeting on Thursday at the high school at 6 o'clock. So more information, because I would need to be up here for 2 hours in terms of talking about the different buckets that schools are funded with and exactly how this could or maybe not impact you as a homeowner or not as a homeowner. But once again, Thursday at 6 o'clock at the high school. So with that, questions?
Are there any
Members?
questions or comments from the council? Dr. Cora?
Thank you, Dr. McCollum, for a nice presentation, high level. So from what you're saying is that the SEA one tax relief for a $200,000 homestead is what, about $300?
Yes, about $260.
$260. And if this referendum were to pass, then people have to, so basically it'll be $260 plus another $48, so $308
$260.
plus.
Hold on. Yes.
Yeah, so $308.
Yes.
All right. And then
And that's before the credit is applied.
before the credit is applied. And then you also talked about, did you talk about another bonding for buildings?
That the high school or that the school system just did a bond for $185 million.
Okay. Will that cause any increase
No.
for property owners?
No, it won't.
No.
No, that's a tax neutral bond that the district kept moving forward from the construction of Pine and Lake Hills.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the council? Councilman Dabney?
Yeah, this is a comment, not a question. And we've been down this road before and we've talked about the Promise Scholarship and everything like that in the past. And I've always supported the public schools in the public school system, simply because a public school takes every single student. Private schools and other private schools, they may have testing to allow students into the programs and everything like that. Most of the time, private schools do not have ADA type programs, no special ed and things of that sort. So they're able to cherry pick. And I've seen people walk up to me and hand me different things where another school is trying to go after our top students in order to get them to go somewhere else, whether it be charter, private, whatever it may be. And I've always been a proponent of our public schools because, like, again, they take everyone. And I actually work with the school system, with the public schools, and I use the terminology that the state is actually drowning the public schools in the bathtub because they are really shutting down the funding, which is forcing these referendums all over the place. He mentioned right now there's 38 other districts or 38 districts total that are doing that. By the time this is over, it's going to be up around 50 or 60 that are having to do these referendums. They're forcing us to do this in order to raise the funds simply to educate our children. And I think it's one of the saddest commentaries ever that our schools are being put through this. I used to work over in East Chicago school system as well. They're saying the same type of thing. Some of these charter schools are something to come in and show the flashy object over here. People end up leaving the school system, and it takes down the enrollment, which then takes money out of our school system. So this is what is happening all over the place. They're getting vouchers. It takes kids to private schools and all these other things, and everything is going against the public school system, which I support. Once again, I am truly hoping that this referendum passes because I know other communities that I see that are doing this. It's going to pass. They're going to support their school system. It's going to pass. And I hope that happens here in Michigan City. We show some pride in our public school system, and we go ahead and pass that because I am a firm believer of our public school system. And once again, I just want to, put out there my support for it, and I hope it passes when the time comes.
Thank you, Councilman Dabney. Councilman Prisbalinski?
Yeah, I also am a firm believer of the Michigan City public school system. My wife taught second grade, kindergarten, first grade for, 35 years. And now retired. And I also was a proponent of the Promise Scholarship Program. But myself and some other colleagues on the council, we expanded it. And yeah, we did expand it, but we expanded it to people that were renters. If you qualified, you could take that. If you wanted to go to Marquette, a private school or anything like that, that's fine. If you're a taxpayer, you should be able to get that program and not be shut down out of it. And yeah, as far as the state goes, not only with the school systems, and I'm going to talk about it later when it comes to the CCMG, blacktopping and all that, they make it want to sound like they're doing us a favor by giving us this money. But that's why we had to impose the wheel tax this year in order to get the money from the state. So I'm going to just say this, folks. If you really have a problem with what's going on downstate, then you need to call your state representatives and you need to call your state senator. And if you want to call the governor, I know you're not going to get through to him, but that's where the real issues are at, to be honest with you. So, I wish the public schools good luck. And maybe as a piece of advice, because I remember in 2013 and how that was marketed, and it's like the city was torn apart between this referendum. And you can't have that. We got to bring everybody together if we want to make this happen. I know it's happened in Valpo, it's happened in Chesterton, and every time they put it on the ballot over there, it passes. And then we wonder why their schools are so much better than possibly what our schools are or what our schools could be. So, thank you, Wendell.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Moldenauer?
Yeah, Superintendent McCollum, thank you so much for coming here this evening and explaining this very clearly. And I was one of those casualties in 2013 that got pink slipped. And I know how it rips students apart in the schools and teachers and the community and the neighborhood also. Because let's face it, our teachers are our mentors. And also too, sometimes they're the only person that totally accepts a child and gives them unconditional love, gives them the support that keeps them on the right path and that they do become extremely productive citizens. And I'm going to put on my senior citizen hat right now. And a lot of seniors say, well, why should we pay this? We don't have kids in school. Well, if it should ever happen that you turn up in an assisted living or in a nursing care facility, I hope the person taking care of you can read because they got a good education in the Michigan City area schools. So that's the reason, because we're lifting up and we're educating and we're supporting our young people who are going to be our citizens of tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the council? If there are none, thank you, Dr. McCollum, for your presentation and providing us with the materials to read beforehand so that we all have a clear understanding what is coming before us and before you all at the state regarding this referendum.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other reports from mayor or other city officers and departments? Last call. Reports from mayor or other city officers and departments. Moving on, Madam Clerk, do we have any petitions this evening?
There are no petitions this evening.
Madam Clerk, on communications, please, by title only.
Correspondence was received in the clerk's office on July 17th from Carly Dunn regarding reflecting of leadership in Michigan City. Correspondence was received in the clerk's office on July 15th from Socrates Gray regarding the building permit process requested for the Frank and Edward Skia American Legion Post 451. Correspondence was received in the clerk's office on July 8th from Daryl Borton, President of the Human Rights Commission, requesting the council to propose a resolution or ordinance regarding that they will not stand for any form of hate speech from any elected official. Correspondence was received in the clerk's office on July 7th from Ashley Williams regarding a state air permit filed on June 29th for a second data center building, Project Monstrea, located at 402 Royal Road. Correspondence was received in the clerk's office on July 7th from Carly Dunn regarding outstanding oversight of records and ordinance enforcement issues. A notice of a 30-day period for public comment was received in the clerk's office on July 6th from IDEM for Fiberbond LLC.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, our first resolution this evening by title only, please.
A resolution by title only approving and authorizing the 2026 union contract between the Michigan City Firefighters Local 475 and the City of Michigan City, Indiana. And this is introduced by Mr. Coulter, Mr. Prespolinski, and Mr. Nelson.
And do the sponsors have anything that they would like to say, Councilman Coulter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated in the agenda, Exhibit A was not received by the clerk's office. Exhibit A is the contract between the city and the fire union. So I would like to table this until the next city council meeting. I'd like to make a motion to table it until the next city council meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, on the motion to table this?
Mr. Prespolinski,
Aye.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Councilman Beatrice? Councilman Beatrice, if you can, to vote. If you can continue on, Madam Clerk.
okay. Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
And this matter has been tabled to the next council meeting. Madam Clerk, our next resolution by title only, please.
A resolution by title only approving the use of the initial payment of the economic incentive funding from the taxpayer agreement with Lavender Fields Holding LLC, Project Maze, to establish a Michigan City Utility Assistance Fund for water/sewer for capital purchase and maintenance for the Michigan City Police and the Michigan City Fire Department, and depositing the remaining funds into the rainy day fund. And this is introduced by Ms. Tillman, Mr. Dabney, and Dr. Cora.
And do any other sponsors like to make any comments? Councilman Dabney?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't.
In regards to this resolution, the reason this came forth, this has been something ongoing that I have been trying to address, and I had the opportunity to meet with the mayor in regards to this and had legal counsel to also assist in drafting up a ordinance, but we're starting this off with a resolution. And the purpose of this is, of course, we know the detriment that we had this past winter with the high water bills, disconnect notices, the utility bills and disconnect notices. We are fortunate that that we have the opportunity to where we were able to possibly utilize fundings from the planning department from the permit fees that came in from the data center, which estimated approximately $6.5 million. Before I go any further, I know that there was questions in regards to how do we go from 6.5 to 5.5? Well, as it was indicated, everything actually totals out to the 5.5. The remainder, that $1 billion that everyone is questioning publicly, this is not a shell game. The money didn't disappear. As it was conveyed in prior council meetings, that $1 million will also be dispersed to or appropriated to the EDMC or to the sanitary for their maintenance and infrastructures projects, things of that nature. So that is the purpose of this resolution. Also, it was conveyed in regards to why is it low income? Well, when I set out to do this, or my thoughts of this wasn't to gear or focus on just low income, and everyone else wanted to know, why isn't this for the residents, for the residents of the people in the city? Well, it is. It is monies that can be utilized. By taking this $500,000, this is just to establish this specific fund to assist in future disconnect notices with water or utilities, to get this established, funded, so that we can move forward and to hope to get the program established, not hope, it will come to fruition. To have certain perimeters set up. When you go to your trustee's office, or if you go to North Central for assistance, with everything going on with the SE1, those funds get depleted just as well, and it needs to be replenished. So the idea was to utilize some of that 6.5 million, which is going to be the $500,000, to help assist those programs, to help, yes, low-income families. But my thing was, we have also individuals that are employed, that works 7 days a week, just like anyone else, but sometimes they may have some hardship and they may need some assistance, regardless if you're making $100,000 a year. Every day, every month, you may have a shortfall. That applies to those working families as well as low-income families. So when you apply for those benefits now, for that section of the community who misses that threshold, hopefully this fund will also help catch those individuals that income was just a little bit over the requirements to be eligible for that funding to assist you with your water and your utility bills. And not only that, not wanting to deplete the rainy day fund. So you're still going to have that. We're looking at putting that 2.5 million to keep the rainy day fund. That's another reason why it was reduced from the $1 million to the $500,000. So again, it's not a shell game. The money is not gone. It's there. You just got to listen. You just got to listen. At this time, I'll open this up for public comment.
Rodney McCormick, 617 Union Street. I hope you're listening. I have a problem with this board delegating funds to the economic development. When you delegate public funds to them, they don't have to adhere to the open door law. That means we can't show up at their meetings. We can't request, where did the funds go to? We don't know where the hell the money's going to. I know for a fact that in some of the funds and these buckets that Wendell and Angie, first cousins, like to talk about, that money is being given to family members. And it seems like none of y'all even care about where this money is going. And you're right. All you have to do is not just listen, but be able to read. And I just want to say this, and maybe it's hard for some of us to read who went to Michigan City area schools, because if you look at the test scores online, the test scores are horrible. And none of that money on that referendum is going to do anything to improve the educational setting for our young people. Y'all can sit here with all that bullshit all you want to. At the end of the day, our kids are not learning. And in the Black community, it's pathetic. The test scores, open up the Department of Education. Look at the test scores for math at Krieger. 3% of our kids, our Black youth, can pass the math test. 3%. Language art is terrible across the board. Across the board. When I heard the presentation, I didn't hear nothing about if that money's going to help our kids. So, and I'm also offended that you have the right to ask questions, but we, the public, you allow this man to stand up here, but you don't let us ask no questions. We all know how this thing is working. And also, my last concern, it seems as though the mayor is telling you guys how to spend money. Look in your damn wards. We need help in our wards. I have parking problems over in my neighborhood. The streets falling apart. We got all kinds of stuff going on with people with fixed incomes, including my 81-year-old mother, myself, and other people in my family. And I'm sure it's like that all across Michigan City. We are sick and tired. And I'm gonna say this, I know somebody else may have said this before. I don't come down here that much no more. But if you take time out and listen to the people in the audience instead of listening to what Angie's telling you to do, because I don't really give a damn about y'all
Mr.
reelection.
McCormick, I'm gonna ask you to refrain from just swearing.
Any time after that, we need to make sure we vote them out. That is what we need to do as a city. We need to look at what they're doing. Some of y'all can be happy about what they're doing, and we need to vote their asses out. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this resolution?
Dominic Yankee, 904 Willow Spring Drive. According to the EPA's 2025
Excuse me, I'll let you take your time, just one moment. Please have the courtesy to allow the next speaker to speak, please. Mr. Yankee.
According to the EPA's 2025 report, sector-based particulate matter and ozone benefit per ton estimates, the health benefit of reducing nitrogen oxides is $10,080 per ton. This value is derived from the EPA's quantification and monetization of severe health effects, including premature mortality, heart attacks, hospital admissions, emergency room visits, strokes, asthma onset and exacerbations, lung cancer.
Excuse me, Mr. Yankee, is this in regards to this resolution that's before us?
I am getting there. Yes.
This is sounding like data center and water.
It's tying back in. Lost work
If it's
days.
not pertaining to this resolution,
It is
then you
tying
have
back
to
in.
save it under public
It is
comment.
tying back into how these funds are going to be spent.
Okay.
Lost work days and school absences. Because the proposed Google data center plans to emit approximately 245 tons of nitrogen oxides annually from its diesel generators, the resulting yearly public health cost is estimated at $2,469,600. The brunt of this economic and health burden will be concentrated on Ward 6 residents, particularly those living in close proximity to the facility. The first payout from the Google data center is supposed to be $5.5 million, with nearly $2.5 million yearly in future negative health and economic costs from the data center. An equal amount of city revenue from the data center should be used to improve the quality of life for Ward 6 residents living in close proximity to the data center.
Are there any other? Yes, ma'am.
Amy Lisinski, 104 Mayfield Drive. I absolutely oppose the resolution on the spending of the money coming in from Project Maze, and I hope you reconsider this. All I heard was we needed this money to help with our budget expenses and deficits that we will face down the line. However, here you are spending this money as soon as it reaches your hands, which I think is financially irresponsible. That, or you flat out lied for the need of the data center to all of us. You have already messed up the entire process with the data center. So pause, slow down, and take a minute to at least do this part right. Again, I ask, why was a resolution utilized for the entire process? I have learned a lot over the year from the resolutions that the resolutions do not allow the public to get involved in the process because they are passed in one evening. From observing these meetings in the past year, it is almost like these are utilized on purpose when you want to rush something through and exclude the public. You made that mistake already when it was a resolution for Maze, which you tried to rush through without public involvement, and you are doing that here again tonight. If it was truly needed to help our budget, place it in a special labeled account and let it make interest until it is needed to fund our city budget. That was all several of you echoed to us over and over again, and also used to explain your vote for this project. However, here you are spending the money at record speed, so it was never about the shortcomings that we will feel with SB1. I am completely against just placing the $2.5 million into the rainy day fund because, again, it does not allow us to see how the money the city so desperately needed was spent. And being that you sold our city out, we have the right to see what it was needed for. Also, help me out with some math. I know you just explained it. But again, the first deposit, and I was just rereading the resolution, is $5.5 million. So $2.5 million to the police, $1.5 million to the firefighters, $2.5 million to the rainy day fund. That's $6.5 million, yet you are receiving $5.5 million. That's a line item in your whereas of spending $5.5 million. So that has to be an error in that resolution because that is $6.5 million. Where's that extra $1 million that you're getting there? If this was an error, This is more reason to stop and slow this down, as this is a lot of money and errors like this shouldn't happen. I believe when the solar project came forward, a council member said when errors like that happened, that was unacceptable and they weren't going to pass something on that. I'm reading it correctly. The 1 million goes to the EDCMC. That was already separately negotiated. And the $500,000, which you spoke on, is something that I think is going to come from the deposits coming later that we will get every year. So again, I urge you guys to slow down and do this the right way and listen to the people, and also give us a chance to tell you guys what to do, how to spend this money, and give us input. But here you guys are making all the decisions because you don't care to hear with what we have to say.
Hello, I'm
Good
a
evening.
native Hoosier, born and bred in Michigan City, spent about 28 of my 36 years of life here, moved away and came back. I love it here, just saying. I'm just gonna put it like this. Don't act like you know more than me about IT.
If I could ask, could you please state your name and your address, please?
I'm not giving my address. I'll give my first name, Tyler. That's only
we
relevant.
will not.
No,
You have to
no,
provide
it's
your
called
name and
freedom of speech. You're public servants,
And
public.
we have the
You
right to
work
request your
for
name,
us.
your
okay?
name and address,
What I'm
sir,
getting
in
at,
order. If not,
The
then
data centers do not help
I would ask
anyone.
for you to state
And
your
three
name
hundred
and
thousand
address.
dollars to flock cameras have
This-
not prevented
Your
3
comment
police
is
officers
disregarded at this
getting
moment, sir.
shot or injured or
Again,
death.
I'm gonna ask you to stop speaking
No,
until you. then
freedom
I
of
would request
speech.
to have you removed from the
Okay,
council chambers.
yeah, okay. And guys, just so
Thank
know,
you.
the Flock CEO went to Epstein Island, so. We're working with that file, so you heard it from the pig's mouth. Bye.
Paul Przybylski, 1716 Washington Street. I'm not giving you my phone number.
Before you start, Mr. Przybylski, before you start the clock, as I stated before this meeting began, we will continue to keep this meeting to be ran efficiently with decorum. We will do your 3 minutes, be respectful, the swearing, cursing. I get it if you're emotional, passionate about what you're speaking, but you can state what you need to say without swearing in the council chambers. If you choose to swear, I'm requesting to have you removed from the council chambers for the rest of this meeting. Yes, sir.
Paul Przybylski, 1716 Washington Street. A lifelong resident of the Second Ward of Michigan City. I want to say that Mr. McCormick's discussion isn't off base. Amanda's discussion isn't off base. And I agree with that concept of a resolution so you can get it through real quick like. The money for the EDC should be specifically, this should be in an ordinance form, and that should be also in an ordinance form so it can be assigned and get a line item on it. And besides all that, that you people have the authority over any money coming in to specifically categorize that, them coming back to you, how to use that money. Because what was said here is that they operate outside the free access to public meetings. So I'm just saying is, I'm asking you, we're getting fed up with this stuff. This is not right. This is not good government. I don't care how you want to, and doctor, I respect you. And I respect all you, but here's the whole thing. These people don't get any respect and they're tired of it. And I feel sorry for them because I know more because of all my activity all the years. But I'm asking you not to pass this, to table it, put it in an ordinance form. So when this money goes to the police department, it has a specific destiny the fire department. It has a specific purpose. It's not just money that's, oh yeah, let's use this money. You got to put a purpose on it, and you got to hold them to that purpose. That's called being fiscally responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment.
Is it me? Hello, my name is Courtney. I live at 3556 East State Road 2. That's Rolling Prairie, Indiana. That's still LaPorte County. I was born in LaPorte in 81. I've worked in transportation here in the city. I've sold safety supplies to all the police, the state departments, etc. I spent the last 2 years in Washington, D.C., working 6 minutes from the White House.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, Councilman, if you would please give her the courtesy. Thank you.
I see this letter here right now for the mayor requesting $300,000 more for flock cameras. And I'm not quite sure I understand it. It is a violation of privacy for all men, women, and children to be sent back and forth over state lines, watching our comings and goings. No one appreciates it. Yes.
If I may, this is still in regards to this resolution.
I'm sorry, which
haven't-
resolution?
We haven't gotten to the flock. We haven't gotten to the flock discussions.
Oh, okay.
So if
We'll change it back to something else I heard as well.
it has to be pertaining to the resolution on topic right now that's before us.
Okay. Well, the resolution of the money that's being spent with utilities, with the commissions, and I hear a councilman saying that we need to put up more cameras to catch people from dumping trash. You know what I say to that? I say put out some more dumpsters that are free for your community.
Okay.
I say ask the community workers to maybe pick up a few more pieces of trash. I'm here to start a nonprofit in LaPorte County.
Again, with all due respect, ma'am, we have to stay on topic of this specific resolution. This is the business that is before us right now.
I agree with you. And it is business. Yes.
But it has to be regarding this specific resolution. Your comments, they're warranted. And I would just ask if you can wait till we get to that section of our agenda, then you are more than welcome.
My time's important too, and I have to be on my way. I'm a medical professional and I have things to do.
But we also have an order of business according to our agenda that I have to abide by to make sure that we all follow.
Sure,
So
it was
if you-
90 seconds. Did I get my 90 seconds?
But it wasn't pertaining to this resolution that's before us. So I'm just asking if you could just hold your comments till we get to that part, and we will be happy to hear your comments at that time. So because there is a resolution, it's open for public comments on this specific topic.
Well, I respect you and I hope you respect me at this point. I'm disappointed.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, board, council rather, Scott Mellon, 200 Kenwood Place. I'm really confused. This is about the resolution. We've heard a lot of numbers, 6.5 million, 5.5 million, 2.5 million, 500,000. I'm only seeing what's on the agenda, so I haven't read the whole resolution. People complaining about our state of education here, one of the reasons Michigan City schools probably suffer is that we are, I think, probably the poorest funded system in all of Northwest Indiana. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's got to be close. You know, if we love our children, if we care about our community, if you care about property values, you have to fund your schools. That's fundamental to property values and a healthy community. Many good points have been made tonight by others. Our statistics of education are absolutely horrible, particularly amongst our minorities. Terrible. Ideas that this probably shouldn't be a resolution, that this probably should be an ordinance, probably is worthy of consideration. And burning the whole 5.5 or 6.5 in one lump at the initial thing, aside from where the money came from, is that good governance? Is that a good way to use this boon that we had. My understanding is the whole building department last year brought in a total of $6.5 million, 5.5 of that being from Project Maze. So that's why I'm hearing all sorts of different numbers. And we understand the agreement with Project Maze was $1 million for the EDCMC, in addition to, I think, 5. There's a lot of numbers, so it is very confusing, but I think people have brought up some good points here. But if we care about our community, if we care about the children in our community, we need to fund our schools. And part of the reason we have a bad reputation is we've refused to fund our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments at this time? Yes, sir.
Yeah,
There's a-
Stephen, 5410 Rogowski. I will stay on this resolution. I won't jump around. I will say though, it does kind of seem a little odd that you guys want to establish a fund for water and sewer, but then also ask for a rate hike. So how much is this fund going to subsidize the rate hike for certain people? The other thing is, you need to establish another fund instead of just depositing it in the rainy day fund. In the public eyes, at least in my eyes, this looks like you guys are trying to cover up non-forecasted items. You did not budget properly last year. Just what, within like the two first meetings this year, you approved an $800,000 truck lift that wasn't budgeted, and you approved I think it was like around $100,000 for a truck for the cemetery. Again, wasn't budgeted. There was another item I can't remember, wasn't budgeted. Why are we approving so much stuff that wasn't budgeted? And I know in the past somebody has brought up, well, why don't you guys attend the financial committee talks? Because you guys are the checks and balances to all the committees. You are the council that the public goes to give you guys our opinion and our feedback. Half the time when I come here, sorry I haven't came here in a while. I have to travel for work sometimes, and I will say your online portal, you've seen my name up there. I've tried to make public comment, but it doesn't work. I don't know if it's due to either being on a phone or a laptop or operator error. I'll admit I'm not the greatest sometimes. But this resolution should be tabled. I like Prisbalinski's idea, at least turn it into an ordinance so we can argue about it, not just title only resolution and we don't know any of the fluff that's in it. And Ms. Tillman, you want to clear up people saying that there's $1 million going into the pocket of people. Then please show us the facts, put it on paper, show us where everything is going. That's all you have to do is just be transparent with us. But half the time when I come here, this is the most I've ever seen you guys actually look at somebody when they talk. That's it. That's all. So this won't be the last time you hear from me, but I didn't prepare anything because half the time it just goes out the window. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
It's Christopher Throgmorton. I work in LaPorte County in Michigan City. I'm not telling you my address. You do all this. Arrest me. Arrest
If
me.
you're not gonna abide by.
My name's
then
Chris
sir-
Throgmorton.
sir-
I would happily watch you do it. Anyway, it's a First Amendment issue. So if I'm being denied public comment because I don't have an address, I'm homeless in Michigan City. Does that work for you? I'm homeless in Michigan City.
Even though that you just for the record,
I refuse to tell you I was
that you
homeless because
just-
it's embarrassing. Yeah.
don't be embarrassed.
You're very condescending. I expect you to disrespect me over it. That seems to be your demeanor. Anyway, I'm a public records
You're
enthusiast.
prejudging, but again,
Can I
that's not the
speak?
conversation either.
Can one be homeless in Michigan City and speak?
Yes, of
Okay,
course.
so when does my
But
10
but
minutes
for the
start?
record, you stated you wasn't gonna provide your address. So you assumed that I was gonna be condescending of what you said.
You assume.
But we're not gonna go, we're
stupid.
not gonna go back and forth. If you want to be
I cannot.
disrespectful, then I will ask for you to leave the council
I don't have a
chamber.
back and forth with you. I just
Thank
want to
you.
make my comment. Anyway, Madam President, board
Yes, sir.
members, Deputy Clerk, Mr. Snow. I'm a public records enthusiast, accountability for police and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm real good with numbers. I'm real good with reading and I'm listening to the people. They don't want this. You guys do not care. You're just gonna ram it through. I'm pretty sure you're taking the money out of the rainy day fund that came from the data centers and then you're buying flock cameras with it. Like he just said, when you mix the accounts, that's how it looks to the public. It kind of looks like it's all connected to the public because it is. You don't have money for the flock cameras unless you make the deal with the data center. This isn't rocket science, but me and you're gonna have a very nice relationship. I'm sure you've heard of me, but we're gonna get to all this stuff with the accounts and all this text messages, NDA agreements, all this shit.
Okay, but is it pertaining to this resolution?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be here for all these. You're gonna get to know me real well. Don't worry about it. Go fuck
Alright,
yourself.
Thank you.
Oh,
Have him
no,
explain.
no. No. I've had it with this bullshit. Hit the
Yes.
son.
Angie Hinsman, 237 Leo Avenue, Trail Creek. And just kind of echoing what I'm hearing today is that there's a lot of confusion about this resolution and maybe a little bit more explanation, transparency, possibly considering what others are saying about this being more of an ordinance type thing. I definitely would encourage a tabling tonight. Thank you.
Ernie Hallahan, 302 Gladys Street, Michigan City. I can't understand why you have to have money for the police department and fire department for their water and sewer. I'm a retired person from this county, and everywhere I work closed. I never got a pension anywhere. I'm living off of Social Security. And you're wanting to raise my funds on the water department there, I see. I'm just about ready to leave Michigan City. I'm getting tired of all these increases of everything from downstate and here from the council and the city. It's really getting disgusting. You can't rely on a person to help you. Thanks.
Thank you. That will be my last call for public comments on this resolution. Public comments, do we have anyone online? We do not. Public comments are now closed. Comments from the council. Councilman Nelson.
Okay, first off, I want to know how, because sometimes I don't listen good, so what you said earlier could be pertaining to me, but I don't ever remember getting a memo as to how we were going to disperse this. So I guess my question is, how was this prioritized? Because for the resident to get less than the police department, fire department, and the rainy day fund, and they're affected the majority of this, I don't think that's right.
So again, I introduced this and it's no different than all 9 of us.
Mm-hmm.
You hear from your constituents, you hear about or go to these different type of organizations to find out. I met with some of these organizations, North Central, Trustees Department, to find out, do they have funds available? Because I was hearing from constituents that when the water bills and the electric bills was going up, they were getting disconnect notices. They ran out of money. Thank you to our esteemed head of state.
Mm-hmm.
So I took it upon myself after hearing from my constituents in the 5th Ward. What can we do about this? No different than any type of ordinance or resolutions that any of you all introduce. Some we know about, some we don't. We respect what you bring forth. I took my time and did all the research, and I went and asked to have a meeting after meeting with these other entities and with the mayor to see what we can do. That door is open to all of you.
And I definitely respect the work that was
So-
done. I was more or less pertaining to like the council people when it came to the money. Like as a group, were we all put together saying like what we're gonna do with this money, or was it an individual effort from the
This was
mayor?
something that I just,
and-
this was just something I proposed to the mayor.
Okay.
Not that, I'm not nobody's puppet master, first and foremost. So let me just set that straight. My job is to represent my constituents in my 5th Ward. And those was the concerns I was getting. Yes, I hear you all that's in here as well. But what solidifies that everything that is being said in the council's chamber speaks for everybody. And maybe my majority was in favor of this opposed to the handful that we have here. And I'm not addressing this directly with you. I'm just saying in general, This is how you come about. And those that know the difference between a resolution and an ordinance, this resolution is to get this fund established. We understand that an ordinance will be forthcoming to break down how this will solidify and what the program is going to consist of, as I stated earlier. I hope that answers the question.
It does. I guess my final question is, without itemizing the money, could the resolution just included the funding for the citizens?
And it is funding for the citizens.
No, I'm saying with taking all the items out, the police department, the fire.
That has nothing to do with me. If this is something, we don't control the money. We can ask for it. We don't control the controller's office. They decide and bring, no. But correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Harris. I'll lead this to council. The monies that is brought in gets appropriated. Either we can have those meetings with the mayor and with the controller's office to tell us, we have that, we can do this, we're able to do this, this won't deplete this, this will offset that. We have those meetings, we have those conversations. All of us, that door is open at any time. And I hope it's okay to speak on behalf of the controller and the mayor due to that they're not present at this moment. The door is open. This isn't the first time. And I'm going to say this. I know that you know this. I know that you know this. And what we're not going to do is project as if we don't, because you have an ordinance of something you want to do.
No.
And it's the exact same thing, but it's your ordinance. You're introducing it, whether you ask us to be a part of it or not. And it's related to finances.
Pertaining to that comment, as far as this goes, yes, me and you discussed this, as far as, giving back. As far as adding all these other people in there, I was unaware of that. As far as not being brought to the table, as far as how we're going to utilize this money, how we're going to spend it, how it's going to be rationed out, how it's going to be prioritized.
I went and
I wasn't privy to that.
I went and asked. I did the research.
Well, I think everybody should have contributed to where this money was going.
But again, we all know that money was there. Have a meeting. Ask
I'm a motion to table it until we figure it out.
I have a comment.
Support.
That's it.
Is there a second?
No. I had a comment,
There's a motion on the floor, sir.
so you can cut me off.
I'm sorry.
Second.
He made a motion. I'm sorry, Councilman Dabney.
Second.
I'm sorry. There's a second. Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Can we have a discussion following the first and second motion, the support of the motion?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Would you like Councilman Dabney?
Yeah. Real quick, in reading what's actually on the paper here. Whereas when the final certificate of occupancy for the data center building issues, which is what could be 2 years from now. So this money could be appropriated or put into a certain account, but it cannot be spent because money is not going to come to us until a certificate of occupancy is delivered when the data center is up and complete and ready to go, which could be 2 years from now. So we could have, as a group, waited another 2 years to bring this up. But it's on the agenda tonight, and I understand, if somebody wants to table it, move it back, whatever they want to do. But I'm just reading right here, and it does say that once the final certificate of occupancy is given to the data center, that's when the funds will transfer out to be spent however they are spent. Scrolling down real quick, we having issues with the dollar amount. And I just want to do the quick math. Talk about $500,000 for the utility assistance fund. And I see where people are getting a little confused. It says $2.5 million. And this is split between, $2.5 million is split between police and fire. So it breaks that down, police and fire underneath that. So it says $2.5 million, and it says 1.5 and $1 million. Those two total the 2.5 million. So that gives me 3 million. And then, you know, the other 2.5 million will be in the rainy day fund. So it is going to work itself out. But once again, I really pointed to the what I wanted to say is that money will not be able to be spent until a certificate of occupancy is given to the data center, which could possibly be 2 years from now. So I understand, you know, some of the concerns of the people here, and you know, people expect to be able to have input on how we spend the funds, and I get that. I really do understand that. But I'm one of 9 people that were elected to be put into the position to make these decisions, and you can be too. So I hope when that time comes that, you know, some of the people that want to do these and have these decisions actually run, get onto the city council and be able to make these decisions. So, so there's nothing that's happening behind your back or anything like that. So just want you to know, like you said, these are appropriations, but this is not money sent into the account that can't be spent until, for the 15th time, that there is a certificate of occupancy that would be given to the data center, which could possibly be 2 years from now.
Councilman Prisbalinski? Excuse me, but we can't just take open comments from I'm sorry, sir. This is now a discussion up for the council. Public comments are closed. Sir, public comments are closed. But-
Okay, I'm sorry.
Councilman Prisbalinski?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple questions. Is it okay if I ask a couple questions under discussion?
It's us.
Yeah, I know.
You asked a question, yes.
Okay. Well, the 500,000 for the utility assistance, how did that amount come about?
You know that question better than I do. If you would please elaborate on why you requested to have it reduced to the 500,000 from the 1 million.
No, I'm saying, why did it even come to 500,000? It's your program no, let me finish.
We will not have any bursts in the audience. Please, this is open dialogue with the council.
Okay, anyway, yeah. So, and I understand, you know, what you're trying to do, Councilwoman Tillman, okay? And I know that originally it was $1 million. And I had a discussion with the mayor, and I thought that $1 million was way too much to be given away to a utility. And that's my opinion. Okay, and now I'm asking your opinion, why you think 500,000 is the right
If
amount.
I could get 2 million, I would be happy with 2 million.
Okay.
But
Okay.
again, you just answered your own question. You had the conversation.
I did have
And
the
it came-
conversation.
and then the
I did have the
You
conversation.
asked the question.
Yeah,
So
I
then when
did
it
have the
came before me,
conversation. So I wanted to
it
know
was
why you
reduced to
came up with the amount that you did.
I asked for 2 million.
Okay.
You know, they say go high, come meet in
Yeah,
the
I
meeting.
understand, Madam President.
But from
I
the 1
understand.
million to the
Thank you.
500,000, that was not my decision. But I'm going to accept whatever amount I can get for this fund to get
Okay.
it started for the sake of the residents.
Okay, and just a couple comments then, is to, you know, we say that a local non-for-profit is going to operate this money. It's not going to be the city. So I think we have to name who that non-for-profit's going to be in the ordinance, so we all agree upon it. The other thing that we need to do is, instead of having an annual report by this non-for-profit, we should have at least a quarterly report to see what's going on, to keep an eye on the money. I don't know how these other, you know, non-for-profits operate. I don't know what kind of accounting systems they have. And it's public's money. It's not my money. So I'm trying to keep an eye on what's going on with that. So those are just in you know, the program, I agree with the program. I agree with the program. I'm just looking at different avenues to administer it. And let me get down to the amounts here that we're supposed to get from the data center. And you know, I know we have people that used to be on the council sitting in the audience tonight. We all know what the cost of a fire truck is. You know, fire trucks are $1 million. And don't kid yourself. That's why the fire department is going to get, well, they'd be allocated $1 million. No, $1 million. In the police department, if you're looking at police equipment, cars, a whole fleet of cars, and we're talking about cars, not just this year, buying 20 cars. We're talking 2 years from now, 3 years from now. We're looking at, in my estimation, looking at the big picture. Nothing's been said about going out and buying flock cameras. I don't even know where that discussion came up at. So, but I do agree that we bring it back in an ordinance form and move forward from there. Thank you.
So, Councilwoman Moldenauer.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to go on record as saying that some of the residents from Ward 6 have contacted me, and I've been collecting ideas all along from people that have come up with some very creative ideas as far as how this funding could be spent and invested in our community. So I agree that this is moving very, very fast, and I think we do need to slow it down and pause it. And you're always welcome. If you live in Ward 6, just email me or text me and let me know what your ideas are, because I am well aware of the stress and the abuse that the people who live in Ward 6 have been through because of the construction that's been going on there for close to a year now. And I am very, I don't need applause. I just want you to hear what I'm saying. I'm extremely hopeful because the team is together. We have 2 representatives from Phoenix Development. We have 2 representatives from Google, and conversation has been opened, and they are responding now finally to my emails and to the emails of constituents in Ward 6. I have seen them if I'm CC'd in those, okay? But meetings are happening. Okay, last week they did have flag people out on the road, being sure people were going in the right direction. I know this week it fell apart, so I'm back in tomorrow to see what happened. But you know, I understand, I get it. You know, you bought property in an area that was quiet, that was green, that was a haven. It was a wonderful place to make an investment. And it's been turned into something that nobody should have to put up with. So please let me know what your ideas are, because I will go to bat for you, and I will be sure that you people who live in Ward 6 actually receive programs, whatever ideas, whatever you have, please send them to me. And also, I am in favor of tabling this indefinitely until we can get an idea of what's going on, how much money we exactly have, and really where you think, you know, some of these funds could be spent. I am in favor of helping people that are getting their water cut off. One of the things people contact me about is water got cut off on a Friday, no way to get back on Sunday, you know, Saturday, Sunday, and it costs so much to get it back on. So really, my heart goes out to those people, because we have funding for NIPSCO for electric utilities, but we don't have help for water and sewer. So thank you, Madam President. I realize that was pretty long.
Any other discussion? I would just like to, Dr. Cora.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. You know, since we have time, since the certificate of occupancy is way down the road. I think we have time. I would support tabling this and bringing this back in an ordinance form, and that way we'll have some time to process this better and bring it back again. Yeah.
Councilman Coulter?
Yes.
Oh.
The resolution is an appropriation.
Thank you.
In order for us to direct where the funds are going to be spent. I may be using the wrong word as an appropriation. This is basically establishing the fund. But when it comes time for us to direct where the money will be spent, it has to come back in an ordinance form. So that's the way city government works. It has to come back in an ordinance form. This resolution is not the last. But then we're going to have to come back and do it again because we're going to have to establish the fund. All right. So what we're going to do is going to have to come back in an ordinance form. And it's just the way it works. So, you know, you're saying table it, do whatever we need to do, but it will come back in an ordinance form. It has to, in order for us to put the funds and say how it's going to be spent, from what accounts is going to come out of and everything like that. So it has to be done in an ordinance form. So I just wanted to alert we've had like 15 comments about that. Turn it into an ordinance. It has to be done that way.
Thank you for reconvening that, Councilman Dabney. I would just like to also add how and why, what type of funding, not being familiarized with non-for-profit organizations, North Central. As council members, I would hope we all are familiar and understand the services that are provided by the trustee's office and North Central Community Action. They already have the tools in place instead of reinventing the wheel on the requirements, the financial thresholds, which are federally and state regulated that they have to abide by. They will then accept our proposal to them on how we want them to utilize the appropriated funds or the funds that they would receive for this specific program, program. This is no different from when, I don't know if any of these council members was on prior to me even taking this seat, excuse me, being on the council where Silver Birch did a pilot program. The pilot program, they didn't have to pay taxes. We would receive, I want to approximately, don't quote me, $70,000 a year for 10 years. That money was going back into the general fund. That's not what the contract said. The pilot contract said it was supposed to be used for. It was supposed to go to assist for low income families and seniors for housing, infrastructure, things of that nature. What did I do? I introduced the resolution and the ordinance to set up that fund. Who's overseeing that? That is something that is also will be implemented for that particular program. But for this particular fund, because these entities already have something in place, we will attach what our additional recommendations and requirements will be for them. Again, this is just to get the appropriations or to receive monies to establish the specific funds. As I stated earlier, the programming of how this funding is going to work has not been implemented. So yes, we still have opportunities, again, as Councilman Dabney explained as well as I did, that we still have time. We can have workshops and discuss these things amongst our council and amongst with the public on the things which you'll be eligible to be eligible for those funds. If there is no other discussion on Councilman Coulter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building on what Councilman Dabney said, most of the people in this room have looked over our agendas before and can recognize that an appropriation looks significantly different than this one looks. It has bank account lines on budget line items on it, and those are clearly not here. Something we do see on this ordinance is the word approximately, which is not. Let's go with kosher. So then what is this? And then it kind of just reads more of like a letter to our future selves and our intentions for next year and how we want to spend this money. I think we can spend more time talking about how we want to write that letter to our future selves. And that's why I'm in favor of tabling this resolution.
Daisy, Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in complete support of starting a fund for utility assistance. I would also really like to have a workshop to get the people's input for what we should do with some of the money. So just like Councilwoman Moldenhauer said, I've also been receiving emails and messages about different unique, great ideas for the community that this money can be spent on. And so if just a few people have had great ideas, I'm sure there are more great ideas out there. So I would like to have a workshop too, please.
There is a motion on the table to table this, and there was a second motion by Councilman Pitts-Berlinski, second by Councilman Nelson. Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Ms. Tillman,
Nay.
Mr. Beatrice,
Aye. Aye.
we can't vote.
We have to.
You
skip
have to
past-
turn your screen on,
Yeah.
Mr. Beatrice.
I'm trying. I've got a
Okay,
glitch. There it is.
one more time. Oh, they didn't.
Aye.
Hey.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Nay.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski.
Aye.
7 in favor and 2 opposed.
The motion that was made by Councilman Pitts-Berlinski, do you have I'm sorry, Councilman Nelson, do you have a time frame?
Sir Nelson, can you please turn the mic?
Can't turn your mic on, sir. Councilman Ness. Mhm.
Indefinitely.
Madam President,
Yes.
if I could, now that
Attorney
the vote
Harris.
has been cast on that, I'd just like to make a couple comments. I didn't want to make them earlier because I didn't want to impact the vote, but just to explain the process a little bit clearer, the resolution, typically a resolution of the council is a policy statement by the council, right? So in this instance, you're establishing funds and you're basically earmarking those funds for particular purposes that you deem to be important. And either the resolution has enough particularity for you or it doesn't. That's up for debate, and that's why I didn't want to comment on it. That's for you all to decide. But that process does have to happen. You need to have a resolution that does reflect what your policy statement needs to be. The second step in the process would be an ordinance that does appropriate certain funds, and that ordinance would have to be consistent, or you would assume it would be consistent with the policy statement you've made when you adopted the resolution. So I know you're going to have a workshop and you're going to be talking about this more. I'm just identifying that so that you kind of have a goal in mind of what you plan to achieve when you have that workshop.
I got a question. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Can it be multiple resolutions where you define what portions instead of all in one?
So long as it's relative to the dollar amount, right? Yes,
'Cause
you
I don't
could.
see any issue with the utility assistance. I think that's pertinent. I think that's important.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have any issue with that, but
everything goes. Yeah.
if your question is, can you take each of these issues as a one-off and have separate resolutions? Yes, you can.
Madam President, I have one
Yeah.
question for the council. Council, can we have a resolution and ordinance introduced at the same meeting?
Could you? Yes, it probably won't happen that way. What you're basically trying to do is secure certain funding for a particular purpose. If you want to allow a significant amount of time for public input or determination of how you best want to administer the funds, that probably will take a while. So most legislators want to make sure particular funds are earmarked so that someone else doesn't propose that that money be spent on something else. So that's why it happens in a two-step process. You earmark it and then start the process of figuring out how is it going to eventually be appropriated.
Thank you very much.
Okay. This matter has been tabled. Madam Clerk, our next May I entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Support.
5 minutes. Please return at 8:15. Welcome back from that short recess break. We would like to get back to the council agenda. We are now on our first ordinance on first reading by title only. If you would, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance on first reading by title only, amending the schedule of rates and charges collected by the city of Michigan City, Indiana from the owners of property served by the Michigan City Sanitary District and other matters connected therewith. This is introduced by Mr. Prespolinski and Mr. Dabney.
And do the sponsors have any comments they would like to make?
Madam President, make a couple comments on this particular ordinance. And I know it deals with a rate increase, and nobody ever wants to hear about a rate increase, and neither do I like to hear about a rate increase. But I live in Michigan City, and I will pay a rate increase, whatever imposed here. And I know people are probably wondering the purpose of the rate increase. And Wendy Visay, one of the city administrators, is going to come up and give some explanations. But I just want to read some information here to give folks a highlight of why the city sanitary district board feels, and myself, and I know a lot of council folks, because we sat in workshops that were also open not only to the public or not only to the city council, but also to the public. I believe there were 3 workshops. I know I missed one, but I think there were 3 of them. Anyway, the last rate increase that has incurred in Michigan City with the sanitary district took place 12 years ago. And that was the longest part of going without a rate increase in the last 50 years in Michigan City. For the financial health of the district, the sanitary district had a audit done, and it was found that the major issues was that there's $700,000 cash flow deficit from the sewer operations, and the cash operating fund is in the red. They're not funding depreciation, and based on the current financial status, the sanitary district is not in a healthy enough position to be able to issue bonds, which that's how municipalities pay for big projects, to pay for needed projects. And just to give folks an idea, let's see, where's that at? Well, the cities in our area here, to give you a projection in comparison to Michigan City rates, sewer rates to nearby communities. Take, for example, Michigan City's at $30 per 4,000 gallons per month, where LaPorte is, in Michigan City's the lowest. LaPorte is at $31, Gary's at $34, Valparaiso $48. The state average now for your sewer rates is $50. Michigan City's at $30, according to the information I have. So we are well below the state average on sewer rates. Moving forward, Portage is at $58, Hobart $66, Chesterton $76, the Port County Sewer District, that's Rolling Prairie, they're at $78 a month, and Michigan City's at $30. So right now, we're getting what I consider a great break on our sewer rates. But by trying to get this great rate, we're also losing out on trying to keep the plant operating in a efficient manner, in a state and EPA required manner, because we don't want discharges into the Trail Creek. If you have a discharge, then basically the city is fined, and then the district has to come back and do upgrades and things like that, correct the problems. And we're trying to get ahead of the problems. We have a lot of environmentalists here in the crowd, and everybody cares about the water and the air. And we certainly don't want to pollute Trail Creek, which leads into Lake Michigan. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy and add any additional information. Thank you.
Okay.
Great job. Thank you.
But before we do that.
You sure?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let her go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead.
Good evening. And it's been a long evening already. I understand that. Thanks to everybody for sticking with us. And thanks to Don for the intro. I really do appreciate it. Yes, my name is Wendy Vacher. I'm the Public Works Director here in Michigan City. I'm going to go through a quick presentation, but let me say a couple of things before we get started. We have materials here, the very short presentation here. All of the council folks have them. We have extra copies out front. We have the one-page kind of info sheet that Don was referencing. That's also out front. And we have started to compile a table of the comments with some initial responses that we've heard since we got started in this process. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that. Also, every single thing that we've put out is up on the website in a condensed file format. I know not everybody gets online and downloads, but you can download all of these presentations. And so I think that's
Wendy,
really
if
helpful.
I may ask,
Yeah.
what's the website? Is
The-
it the Michigan City website?
Yes.
The sanitary district website?
It's embedded in the Michigan City. All you have to do is put Michigan City Sanitary District and it'll pop up and you'll see the page. There is also at the end of the handout, at the end of the presentation, there's a screen capture of it. Okay. So I just say that because there's a lot of stuff that's up there and it's very helpful. So I'm going to do my best to condense, but we got plenty of time to work through this over the next couple of weeks. Okay. All right. Thanks, Drew, for putting up the presentation. And again, this is in reference to the ordinance. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Let me pick up on something that's been a theme. If you've been with us at some of the workshops and the meetings that we've had, we've been talking a lot about management matters because it does. Since I came on board in February of 2025, we've been working, and I say we, there's a whole lot of people that aren't here that support this effort to look at the health of the sanitary district overall and its planning, its future, and what needs to happen as part of this rate and fee increase. What you'll see on the screen is kind of the top 15 things that we've been working on all this time. There's an update for today, and you'll see items 13 and 14, and that's what we're going to talk about here today. We have had a hearing of our board on the resolution for this rate increase. That happened on July 9th. Many of you have seen these materials and participated. So I just want to bring this, you'll see this chart again over time as we begin to continue to make progress and report it back to you. Next slide, please. There's a 7-step process required to adjust sanitary rates. This slide is just a snapshot that kind of helps us all understand kind of where we are. Like when you go to the mall, you are here. We have had our rate schedule presented to the board. That was in June. We had our public hearing on the 9th, and then the board adopted the rate and fee resolution. There is a copy of the resolution also up on the website. I do believe there's some here today. It's helpful because there are 3 tables that kind of break down what this rate and fee increase is about, and it's threefold. It is the overall sewer rate. It is the implementation of system development charges or impact fees. That's new. That's part of the growth pays for growth strategy. And the third element is your standard fees and other charges for inspections, reviews, tap permits, things of that nature. So I refer you there. One of the things you can see on the timeline is kind of where we've been, right? So in April, we started to present our capital improvement plan and our overall plan to the board. We had our first workshop with the council. This is a joint workshop. Public is invited. That was a pretty hefty presentation. That is all up on the website as well. That was in May. And then we went back to our board, and our board approved, as the Michigan City Sanitary District Board, approved the capital improvement plan. And then we came back for workshop number 2, which was more on the financial state of the district. And again, that presentation is up online. And then we presented that to our to the board again at the end of June. And then now we are here at the first reading of the ordinance. So you can follow along. We have this chart online. This is our schedule. We'll clearly be back, hopefully for second reading on the 4th of August and third and final on the 18th. We also have another, there will be 3 total workshops done. The third workshop is next Tuesday, which is on the schedule for the EOC. And please attend if you haven't been to any of the others. We'll do our best to summarize and be able to be there and answer questions because it is a lot of material. So the question is, why do we need this rate increase? And that's a valid question. We proposed the rate increase in 2 phases. The first phase is needed to cover our current operating and maintenance expenses. As Don mentioned, we are in the red. After wonderful work and projections, we understand where we are and where we need to be. We want to transition the district into funding depreciation and working capital again. This has been paused due to insufficient funds and incoming revenue. We also want to obtain interim financing for a $15 million bond anticipation note to initiate the engineering and construction of the Lafayette Barker Outfall project, begin our phase 1 priority capital projects, and begin looking at the final design engineering for the overall capital improvement plan. The proposed phase 2 increase is recommended in 2028, and there's a chart on this, so bear with me. It's easier to understand. Is really meant to help us build more creditworthiness so we can be in a position for long-term bonds in the open market. Right now, we're not in a good place to go to the bond market. It's going to cost a lot more money. And then obviously the needing that engineering and continue on and institution of the system development charges or impact fees for new development so they can pay into a system that's already here for them so that these increases don't go completely to the residential users. So the reason we thought a lot about this. We had a lot of meetings and many of you have been there, but we do want to reduce the immediate impact on the ratepayer while we try to get ahead here at the district and take care of all of the things that make the system work. That's the plant, the pipes, the lift stations. It's a trifecta of a system. Next slide, please. So we had 2 options, I guess. I mean, we're here at option number 1 with the rate increase, and that is to choose our own destiny. And make the decisions we need to make locally for our data-driven process, control the size of the rate adjustments, and control the timing. So one of the great questions that we had was, well, what if we don't do this? And it is a good question. Well, let me tell you, if we don't do this, the Indiana Department of Environmental Management can do it for us. They have not spoken of such. We have a great relationship with them, but we don't want them to come in and do our job. We want to do our job ourselves. So let's pick our own destiny and we'll go from there. But they do have the ability to do that based on our NPDES permit, National System Discharge Permit, as well as state and local code. They could come in and pick their own rate structure and give us fines and administrative fees. We're not going to go there, but that would be the other option of not doing the rate increase. So this is the chart I was speaking to. I think a lot of people have seen it and I find it helpful. And let me give a shout out to Al Wallace, who is not here. He is the one that prepares these presentations. I just stand up and give them. But he does a really great job of trying to break things down so that we can all understand. What you'll see on the left-hand side is kind of at the top is the 4,000 gallons per month. That's the requirement when you're going to look at a rate, right? That way you're always looking at 4,000 a month. So that's what's along the top. 3,100 gallons per month is what most people, households, tend to use. Okay. And then the last number there is 2,000 gallons per month. That's the average water use for a single adult household. That would be someone like me. And so we wanted to give you what was required, what the average, and then what the individual, maybe a single adult would pay. You can see that in the first column, you've got 2012. That was the last time there was a rate increase. It was in 2012. You can see from 2012 to present what each of these categories look like. And again, we're roughly looking at $30 a month at the 4,000 gallon. Okay. So then you can see also within Michigan City and outside of Michigan City. The phase one increase I spoke of, that's what you're seeing with the phase one plan. Within Michigan City, that would be $40, $35.80. You can read the chart. And then outside Michigan City, it's higher. Yes, we are proposing a 14.9% surcharge on all accounts outside of Michigan City limits. Again, I will pay that as well. And that is allowable by law. We've not done that before. There was a surcharge for debt payments, but now we have actually applied that across the board. And so you'll see that reflected in these numbers. The phase two plan, let me say something about phase one. We're requesting that that go into effect on September 1st with implementation in the first bill in October. Phase two, again, same thing. This is roughly $10 a month, depending on how much you use. I want to say that again. And both rate increases are the same, approximately $10 a month at 4,000 gallons. That's residential use. The next phase would be in January of 2028 is when that would kick into gear. So I just wanted to explain. I really do like this chart. I think it helps you can see where you might be and how it affects all the way across the board. And what is it used for? You know, we've got a whole presentation on what it will be used for, but it's a way to break it down. Again, we looked at 2024 actuals. We looked at 2025 as well, but 2024 had already been audited, gone through everything, and then looked at the projected for 2026 into 2027. That's approximately $1.9 million worth of revenue. And then when the projection goes in, for January of 2028, that would be another 1.9. So it'd be after January of 2028, $3.8 million a year is what we would be projected. You see on the screen? Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. So that way you can see and then what that combination is. Go to the next slide for me, please, Drew. Thank you. So there's a couple of slides here. I'm not going to dwell on them. They speak for themselves, but this is a great slide that tracks where our rates have been at the Michigan City Sanitary District since 1973. I was 2. So if you follow this chart, you can see kind of where we are the last time we had the rate increase. And we had one in 2005, and then we had one in 2012, and then we haven't had one since that time. And this is the longest interval that we've gone without a rate increase in 50 years. Meanwhile, the cost of everything has gone up. And we're going to talk more about that. But that area in pink shading, if we had kept up, or if you look at other state averages, that's kind of where we would be sitting. And so it helps you understand where are we, where are others, and how do we fit in. We go to the next slide. We put this slide in here, and this was pretty popular at one of the workshops because it really begins to speak of what happens when you don't keep up with rate increases. Well, here we are. We really had a lost opportunity because we didn't even keep up with the rate of inflation. You can see across, and this is, just Bureau of Labor Statistics, what the inflation would be. You can see over this course of since 2012, what it would look like and the difference. And then along the bottom, you can see the amount of money we lost in that opportunity, just trying to keep up with the cost of inflation. One of the things that's been great about this process, and we'll go forward, is we are supposed to look at our rates every 2 years. You don't want to wait 12 to 14 years to do this. It's hard to stand here and say this, and it's not easy for any of you either, but here we are. And so we won't be doing this again. It's a great team that's put together a plan that will outlive us. and so that we can do a better job of reporting out. Next slide, I'm almost done. This is something that Don was talking about too, just to give you a perspective on where this fits in relative to other communities. I find it helpful. It's kind of where are we? And you can see we're at 30 and the state average is at 50, 70, 70. Finally, last couple of slides. I really like this. This is the accountability schedule. And we mean this. You can have a copy of this. This is also online. So it's our 2-year plan, what we're doing, our tracking mechanisms, how we're going to come back and report. You can see the accountability track there on the bottom. That's how we're going to come back and tell you what we've done with the money. We're going to be coming back every 6 months because nobody should have to guess on where it's going, what it's paying for, and what the situation is. And now here we are back at the first workshop. The first reading of the ordinance. You can see here we are. Well, again, we have our third workshop that is public. It is with the council next Tuesday, and then we'll also be back for second reading in the hearing. Okay. And finally, all of this is online. This tells you where you can get to it. Gives you a snapshot. All of the materials are here. There's a public comment form. You can also download the form. You could fill it out. You could drop it off. And we are keeping track of those. We haven't gotten a whole lot of comments. So maybe somebody would like to provide some comments. I'll be sure to keep track of those and get them in the table that I've prepared for you. And that is all that I have right now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Wendy. I'd like to open this up for public comments on this ordinance. Public comments on this ordinance. Public comments on this ordinance. Nothing.
Really confused now. Roger Willoughby, 401 East 7th Street, Michigan City, Indiana. There's a common theme in Michigan City. I'm not a native here, but I've lived here for 30 years now. We're always chasing our tail and not acknowledging the problems. In 12 years of not having an increase, we just didn't get to $700,000 in the red yesterday. Who does that fall on? Who does it fall on? I'm the payer. This is why all these people are here. Who does it fall on? You. And the councilman before you. You haven't been here 12 years. He hasn't been here 12 years. He's been here maybe 12, 10, close. And the disturbing thing is, I don't know the numbers, but when I open my water bill, it's $28 for water, and my sewer's at $58. That chart didn't make sense to me. If my water's 30, my sewer will be 60 something. It's almost double. Am I alone? Have you paid attention to your water bill? Numbers are bad here. People are starting to notice. They're really bad in Michigan City. They're bad. They've been bad before my time. They were worse before Blue Chip. And that's made it worse, even worse. And your resolution is correct, but you're not listening to the people. You've already acknowledged where that $6 million is going to city, fire, and water, or the fire department and police department. Those two departments are approaching 50% of your budget. That's crazy. That's insanity. Go to South Bend, Indiana. They're driving fire trucks from the 1980s and they look beautiful. Get out of Michigan City and look what's going on. You people are in a time warp here. It's not funny.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby, for your time.
Thank you. I would like to talk to you after the meeting. The chart doesn't make sense.
Paul Przybylski, 1716 Washington Street. I have to debate and clear the air on some of the comments that were made. Yes, there were workshops and there were meetings and the public was not able to comment or ask questions and get them answered. That's absolute. Even after the last one, we asked questions. We were allowed to ask a question, and I asked a question, and I got some information tonight as I was walking in. Thank you. But it doesn't clarify my question. I asked how much influence, I hope I'm saying that correctly, how much is coming into the plant from the proposed Barker Lafayette sewer project, because it's a combined sewer, and the general public understands it's from Lafayette Street running all the way to the east out by the administration building. So we got to get that clarified, Mr. Willoughby. And I agree with you. It's somebody's fault. It's not these guys' fault. It's the sanitary board's fault for not bringing it forward. So I also was down at the water department today. My total bill was $63, sir. But I believe that you haven't even seen the whole picture, because they want to bond out. Just like I guess right now they're having a problem with the water department on, they approved a $60 million bond issue in December. $60 million. Your sanitary bills are going to no doubt double, and maybe even 80% more than what you're paying now. I'm figuring I'm going to pay 130, but on their scale that I'm going to use, and I hope you will allow me this time, Madam President, is that they're giving you a rate on this chart that is not correct, because the communities to the east are bound with American Water. American Water bought all their water companies from Portage, Crown Point, Gary, I believe Chesterton, I might be wrong, but Hobart. So these are inflated numbers.
Councilman Przybylski, I'm sorry, Mr. Przybylski, I'm used to saying Councilman Przybylski to you as well. Your time has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would also ask which I asked
Councilman
Przybylski to have a workshop
lapsed.
so he could control it, so we could get
Thank
information.
you. Is there any other public comment?
Hello, Scott Mellon, 200 Kenwood Place. I have followed this. I attend sanitary board meetings and I've been following this for quite some time. Naturally, people are upset, but I think the ire should be focused on the people a decade before us. The problem is we've been below state average now for 20 years. It's easy not to do anything. Defaulting to doing nothing is easy for elected officials or sanitary boards. The hard work is having new management look at these problems and try to address them. Anybody who is responsible for property of any type knows that maintenance is expensive
and that deferred maintenance is even more expensive. That the sanitary district is so far out of compliance financially that we are in threat of outside forces taking our control away and imposing rates on us is shocking. That we are so financially mismanaged to this point where we don't meet financial metrics of the standards set by the state, minimum standards. I don't know how, so people are right to question the numbers. I'm assuming these numbers are accurate because I know the people who worked on this. I take people at their word. I think this is good data. I don't see how anybody can look at this and say it's not necessary. So as hard as it is to make these hard decisions, I think you must vote these in. I think this is something you must approve. I think it's important that we have clean water. I think it's important that we have clean wastewater. We all want to flush the toilets and that it works. And we all want clean water to come out of our taps. And between the water department, the sanitary department, it's been years to decades of mismanagement, frankly, that has gotten us to this point. Let's not blame the people who are addressing the problem, have a sensible plan to fix it. And it's just what we got to do. Even with these proposed 2 increases, we will still be below today's state average, even 4 years in the future. So as hard as it is, I think you have to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online? If there is none, public comments are now closed. Comments from the council? Councilman Prisbalinski?
Yeah, Madam President, just to make a few closing comments on this ordinance for the evening. I'm sure that if we were going to increase the rate by $5 a month, some people would be irate about it. But we have the facts here, and I trust these facts. I know the group of people. I know the management team down at the sanitary district. I go to the monthly meetings. I hear what's going on down there. And I will give Mayor Angie Deitch the credit for going down to the sanitary district and straightening out the management team. When she took office, she let some head administrators leave, and it was probably a good thing that they left, because to me, it was after hearing the story afterwards, things are being mismanaged. They had to go. I mean, how you can go, running any business without having a price increase in 12 years and expect that you're going to stay in business, I don't think it's going to happen. Okay. So I want to thank the sanitary district for the work they've done. And I know it's hard to sit up here and talk about a rate increase, but that's why I took this ordinance on, because I firmly believe that it's needed. And people can debate me all day long, and that's fine. Whatever facts they think that they can throw at myself or throw it to city council. And that's a good point. This city council had nothing to do. This city council had nothing to do, or the prior city council had nothing to do with the shape of the sanitary district from a financial position or a managerial position, because we're not privy to their numbers day in and day out and what goes on down there as a business. And even if we were, if they gave us a set of books and said, here you go, take a look at them, we wouldn't know what we're looking at anyway without having a administrator there to try to explain it to us. So I think it's very unfair. If you're trying to look for somebody to point the finger at and say, hey, why are we getting these rate increases now? Then look at your past city administrations. And I'm talking about the heads of the city. Nobody wants a rate increase during an election because they don't want to get voted out of office. So maybe if you're upset about some of that, you got to look at who was in office at the time running the city and explain why they didn't do what they were supposed to do. So now we're going to do what we got to do to get the sanitary district up and running. the way it should be. Thank you.
Councilman Dabney.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to piggyback on what Councilman Preblinsky said there and what Scott came up and said as well. He was in attendance at the workshops that we held on this. And this is something that just simply needs to be done. I know it's difficult. Michigan City itself, when you look at a lot of the things, not just water and sanitation, but fees for garbage pickup and so forth and so on and so on and so on, we have been the lowest. And these things haven't even kept up with inflation. And so now here we are. We've discovered the issue. We're trying to fix these issues now that we're here. I'm not going to go back and even toss anybody under the bus that was before us or anything like that. I'm just going to leave it alone. Here we are now. And we got to move forward and we got to make sure we fix this for the betterment of Michigan City. We talked about one of the things that was really surprising to me is that we didn't have the funding coming in to be able to do a bond. That is actually insane to me. And then, we had these issues where, IDEM could actually come in and take over and set our rates. So it's best that we do it ourselves because, who knows what some outside entity can do coming in, to set our rates. So we've identified the problem. We are identified the ways that we're going to get out of it. And I know it's difficult to have rate increases, when it comes to anything. Everybody wants better services, more services, but then when you put a price tag on it, all hell breaks loose. And that's just the way it is. So that's what we have to deal with now. And I hope that the city council, sees it that way. And a lot of people who, have questions about what's going on and what we have to do. This is how it has to be done in order to fix the problems that we're in. So I can't apologize because, like I said, the problems have been identified and it's time for us to fix them. And if you don't agree with that, I don't know what to really tell you, but this is what has to be done. So thank you for that great introduction and talking about this, Don, at the very beginning. Wendy for the presentation and everything that has to happen. We just have to move forward. And, like I said, I'm not taking out the shovel to bury anybody before us, all that kind of stuff. We've identified the problem. It's time to fix it.
Dr. Cora?
Thank you, Madam President. When this came up, I was also concerned because of the inflation, and recently we have had a wheel tax and increase in water rates. But at the same time, when I look at what if we don't do this, what's going to happen? IDEM is going to come and take over, and the other thing is we don't have the bonding capacity to improve our infrastructure, which is very old. And if we don't improve the infrastructure and if we don't have water and sanitation, and it's going to affect the health and well-being of our people here in Michigan City, which is not going to be good. So unfortunately, we don't have any other choice but to do this. So that's how, even though I did not like it initially, but when I looked at all the data and what is going to happen if we don't do it, I am convinced that we don't have any other choice but to do this. Thank you.
Councilman Coulter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, please add me as a sponsor to this. And then I have a question, I think, for Wendy. So we've been hearing about how mismanaged the finances were at the sanitation district before this council and this administration began. What are some changes that we've done to have tighter oversight to make sure that they're not causing problems like they have been?
Another great question. So how do we change the future, right? So that we don't end up here. I'll go back to the management matters. And you'll see this. What we've done is all of these things on this list weren't present in 2024 when Mayor Angie came on board. So how do you manage your future and your finances if you don't have the right plans, including a capital improvement plan, sanitary rehabilitation plan, understanding where our lift stations were? So I think it's an absolutely fair question. I think that all of the work that's been done, including the work we're doing now once we look at our assets and our asset management going forward, is really important. And stay tuned because we'll be reporting back. I want to also say the 2-year plan that we have online tells you exactly what we're going to be doing, the time frame. We're accountable to that at the meetings. If we've had things slip, we'll speak to it. And then we added the accountability schedule That's the one to really keep track of. No matter who is here, we have committed that every 6 months you get an update, and we will do yearly updates. We hadn't seen a yearly update in over a decade. And so if we report better, we know better, and we won't ever be surprised again, because these are surprises that nobody wants. And so we'll talk more about that. The State of the District presentation, which was the presentation we gave at the first workshop, is pretty comprehensive. And I don't go into all that tonight because it's already late, but it's pretty comprehensive about what we've done, what we're going to do, and we can expound on that at the next workshop as well. You bet.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Wendy? There are not. Thank you so much for your presentation. This ordinance will be held over for second reading at the next council meeting. Madam Clerk, on our next ordinance on first reading by title only, please.
An ordinance on first reading by title only, amending section 54-153-2, section 70-103A, and section 54-157D of the Michigan City Municipal Code to comply with minimum age requirements for fire and police applicants, as set forth in IC 36-8-3.5-12A and IC 36-8-4.7-5. And this is introduced by Ms. Lee.
And do the sponsor have any comments? Councilwoman Lee?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is an easy ordinance. We're just updating an ordinance, some wording in the fire and police ordinance, and I have Fire Chief Taylor here to explain further.
Good evening, Council.
Good
Chief Taylor,
evening.
Fire Department. There was an oversight. So back in July of 2023, the state amended the maximum age for applicants of firefighters to get on the fire department. It used to be under 36, now it's under 40. So it means a person has to be accepted, hired and accepted by PERF, which is our pension system, by their 40th birthday. And that's reflected in, as I read, in Indiana Code 36-8-3.5-12. And it reflects it there. I think it's subsection A. And that was changed by the city in ordinance 4695 in August of 2023 to reflect that as well. So that was changed. Where the oversight comes in is in that same Indiana code in subsection F. It says that an individual that's on the eligibility list must come off of that list at their 40th birthday. Michigan City had left 54-157 in the city's code, subsection D, that says they still come off to this day. It still says they come off at their 36th birthday. So essentially right now, today, somebody could test, be number one on what would be a list, but they will never get on the list. If they're 38 years old, they can test and do everything, but they'll never get on the list because the ordinance still states they got to come off at their 36th birthday, right? So all we want to do is catch up to the Indiana code, and that's all listed in coming off the list at 40 is listed in Indiana code 36-8 -4.7-12. And there's also a waiver in there. As long as in that same code, as long as someone meets the criteria in subsection B in that same code, they can go to 40 years and 6 months. And that is people that have had 20 years in the military, got certain discharges, stuff like that. You know, as long as they're, honorably discharged and whatnot, they can actually be pushed out to 40 years and 6 months. So we want that added as well. So yeah, we're just catching up with what the state did. Like I said, I believe it was just an oversight. I believe when the city changed it to reflect the 40-year maximum, that it covered everything. There was that one part that got missed in another section. That's all. Because 54-153 was caught up and shows the maximum age of an applicant. The other section for the city, 54-157, just didn't catch that up for the list part. Anybody have any questions on that?
I have to open it up for public comment first. Public comments on this ordinance? Are there any public comments on this ordinance? Public comments on this ordinance? Last call for public comments on this ordinance. Public comments are now closed. Comments from the council? Are there any comments from the council on this ordinance? Comments from the council? There are none. This ordinance will be held over for a second reading.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well, Chief Taylor. Madam Clerk, on our next ordinance on first reading by title only.
An ordinance on first reading by title only, approving additional appropriation in the budget of the rainy day fund for the flock camera system for the Michigan City Police Department. And this is introduced by Mr. Dabney, Mr. Preselinski, and Dr. Pora.
And would the sponsors like to make any comments on this ordinance? Councilman Dabney?
Sorry, President.
Now come.
My name is Assistant Chief Kyle Shaparsky. I oversee the operations here at Michigan City Police Department. We're spinning up just a couple of slides for us, but first I want to say thank you, Council, for letting us continue this discussion on regarding Michigan City Police Department's Safe City Initiative. I'd also like to recognize that there are likely many people here tonight that were unable to attend our workshop and or haven't had an opportunity to really watch it. So before I begin, I'd like to spend just a moment explaining where we are. Tonight isn't intended to repeat the workshop. Rather, I'd like to open it up by sharing another real Michigan City investigation, providing some additional information that several council members requested following the workshop, and continuing our conversation about how these technologies can support public safety within our community. As you can see in slide 1, at its core, the Safe City Initiative is about building upon an investment the city has already made. Today, rave and gunshot detection and our Flock license plate reader system have become valuable tools that are used every day by our patrol division officers, detectives, and supervisors. The technologies we are discussing tonight and for the next few meetings, hopefully, would be the community cameras, the live view cameras, and the drone as a first responder. These are not standalone projects. They are intended to complement those existing systems and provide officers with better information before, during, and after critical incidences. The philosophy behind all of this is simple for us. Technology does not replace police officers. Technology provides officers with better information so that they can make better decisions. Go back one. Sorry. Before I get to the next slide, I want to tell a story. I'd like to share with you an investigation that illustrates exactly what we mean when we talk about technology supporting police work. In 2025, one of our detectives was conducting an undercover investigation involving a registered sex offender who believed he was communicating online with a 15-year-old girl. As the conversation progressed, the suspect agreed to meet who he believed was that child. At that point, investigators had done the difficult part. They had built the case, established the suspect's intent, and arranged for the meeting. What they still needed was confidence that they had identified the correct vehicle and had a better understanding of where that vehicle was prior to the meeting. Flock assisted investigators in identifying the suspect's vehicle and quickly narrowing its location. That information further helped officers prepare, coordinate, and when the suspect arrived for the meeting, he was taken into custody upon arrival and arrested for child solicitation. I share that example for one reason. Flock did not make that arrest. Our detective did. The detective developed the case. The detective conducted an undercover investigation. The detective created the opportunity to intervene before a child could be victimized. What the technology did was provide additional information at a critical point in the investigation. It helped confirm the vehicle, narrow the area, and reduce uncertainty before the suspect arrived. That is the value of these tools. They do not replace police work. They help good police move faster, more safely, and with better information. Thanks. Following our workshop, several council members reached out with some thoughtful questions and requested some additional information. One question centered around the effective of Raven gunshot detection. Prior to Raven, our response to shots fired incidents is dependent almost entirely on somebody calling 911. The call being processed, and then subsequently an officer being dispatched. This process generally results in an average response time of approximately 5 to 6 minutes. Today, officers receive alerts immediately through the Flock application and are able to self-dispatch while our dispatchers continually gathering more information. As a result, our average response time has improved to approximately 1 to 3 minutes. Those minutes matter. They improve the ability to locate evidence, identify witnesses, render aid when necessary, and in some cases, apprehend suspects before they leave the area. Another question we received was whether these technologies are actually making a difference. And I want to be careful because I don't want to overstate what these numbers mean. Technology alone does not reduce crime. Strong police work, community partnerships, prosecution, and technology all work together to improve public safety. With that said, the data is encouraging. Since Raven was implemented in June of 2023, reports of shot fired incidences have declined from a high of 502 in 2023 to 410 in 2025. It's approximately an 18% reduction. Looking at this year alone, through June 30th, we have documented 183 reported of shots fired incidents. It's approximately 10% lower than that same period last year. We don't attribute those reductions to one system alone, but we do know these tools allow officers to respond more quickly, recover evidence more efficiently, and support investigations more effectively. Another topic, and I'm sure why many of us are sitting here tonight for this conversation, is that understandably, this discussion tonight and following our workshop was centered around privacy. Those are important questions, and they are welcome questions. I'd like to be very clear about what Flock license plate reader system is and what it is not. It does not use facial recognition. It does not identify people. It does not monitor conversations. It does not monitor activity on private property. What it does capture is license plate information from vehicles traveling on public roadways and generate investigative leads when those vehicles are connected to a legitimate public safety purpose, such as a stolen vehicle, a missing person, a wanted subject, or a criminal investigation. Just as important are these systems are governed by policy, access is limited, searches are audited, and supervisors have oversight. Technology only earns public trust when it is used responsibly. That's exactly how we use it today here in Michigan City. I'd like to close with this. Every officer in this department has responded to calls where they had to make important decisions with incomplete information. We cannot eliminate uncertainty, but we sure can reduce it. The Safe City Initiative is not about replacing our officers. It's not about replacing investigators. It is not about mass surveillance. It is about providing the men and women of the Michigan City Police Department with better information before they have to make difficult decisions on behalf of this community. Better information leads to better decisions. Better decisions improve investigations, and better decisions improve the safety. Our responsibility is to provide our officers with the best information available so that they can make the best decision possible for the people that we serve. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer, obviously, any questions.
This is now open up for public comment.
Oh, finally. All right. Get myself situated. Good evening, council members. My name is Savannah Lyle, 7676 Muir Road. I'm a lifelong Michigan City resident, a registered nurse, a mom of 3 boys, and someone who cares deeply about both public safety and constitutional rights of every person in this room and every person that calls Michigan City home. I want to begin with something I believe everybody in this room shares. We all want safer neighborhoods. We all want violent criminals held accountable. We all want police officers to have the tools they need to do their job safely and effectively. But I don't think that's what's being asked tonight. Tonight is about whether we are expanding government surveillance faster than we are expanding government accountability. This council is being asked to approve another $300,000 for flock safety, but I don't think that's the entire number, being this equipment is leased. But this proposal goes beyond license plates readers. It includes expanding live view cameras capable of monitoring public spaces in real time and in integrating these systems with drones. Together, these technologies move beyond documenting events after they happen. They increase the ability to track and observe people's movements throughout our community. That deserves careful consideration, not because law enforcement is the enemy, but because any powerful tool requires oversight. Indiana currently has no comprehensive statewide law governing automatic license plate readers or these expanding surveillance technologies. There are no uniform standards for independent oversight, public reporting, audits, or limits on how information is shared and retained. Go ahead and look at how many communities have paused using the flock system due to civil liberty discussions. That places a significant responsibility on our local government. History has taught us an important lesson. Technology itself is not the problem. The problem is assuming powerful technology does not require equally strong safeguards. We also have to recognize that we do not know how the data is collected and stored today or how it may be in the future. The decisions we make right now are not only about this technology is used under today's leadership or under today's policies, they are about what information will exist years from now and what future leaders, agencies, or systems may have access to. Past generations fought to establish and protect the civil liberties we enjoy today. The rights and freedoms we inherited were not accidental. They were shaped by people who understand that protecting liberty requires vigilance. We have a responsibility to do our due diligence and protect those same freedoms for the next generation. Across the country, automatic license plate reader systems have been misused, and there's been documented cases where innocent people were harmed because of errors or failures in these systems. In 2023, a Georgia woman was wrongfully detained after automated license plate reader incorrectly connected her vehicle to a crime investigation. She was pregnant and held at gunpoint before authorities determined the system had identified the wrong person. Let's also talk about the 24 police officers nationwide that were caught using this system to look at ex-partners, girlfriends.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
I apologize, but your time has passed.
That's all right. I think I got enough in.
We got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, City Council. My name is
Good
Marisa
evening.
Chaples, 229 Southwood Drive. I live and work in Michigan City. I also raise my 2 kids here. I'm actually appalled that this flock expansion is being brought up when across the nation, communities are turning out against these. Automatic license plate readers take photos of all vehicles that come into view and log them into a massive nationwide database that is accessible without a warrant. The ACLU has already highlighted ICE using flock to go after immigrants without warrants, officers using ALPRs to pursue a man who wrote an op-ed criticizing their police department, an officer using flock to wrongfully accuse a woman of theft, as well as numerous stories, as it's been mentioned, coming out of officers using the access to their system to locate and harass women. Literally today, A Perfect Union put out an article on Dunwoody, Georgia, how their juvenile correction center cameras were shared with police for emergency incidents only. Turns out a Flock vice president for strategic relations had accessed the city's footage over 185 times, including being logged into the camera of the children's gymnastics room. There is also news coming out that these cameras are also now collecting Bluetooth data from passengers in cars, grabbing the marketing ID from our phones to develop patterns of living data. How is this not stalking? People are starting to realize this is another means of mass surveillance and are turning out in their communities because we do not want this. It is also appalling that this is being touted as a safety device. It is at best a massive police surveillance tool that can occasionally be used to help solve crimes. If we need drones in the air for our police to show up without guns blazing, the issue is not drones, okay? I urge you all to vote against the expansion of our flock system. and compel you to terminate our contract with Flock as well. Our laws often lag behind our technology. It wasn't until 2018 that the Supreme Court required a warrant for cell phone location data. Our personal information and data is a huge commodity today. Please do not continue to give it away like you are doing, paving a way for a police state. Again, I urge you to vote no for the expansion and also consider terminating the entire Flock contract.
Thank you. Yes.
Greetings, Alex Sarajewski, Hoosiers for Liberty, 1344 Admiral Drive. To continue the conversation, Flock is not about safety. It is about, we're going to call it what it is. It's an AI surveillance grid. And the claim that they are impervious to any kind of data breach is absolutely false. In fact, in December 22nd, 2025, Jason Kobler was able to access Flock cameras, the 60 Condor cameras in Bakersfield, California, because they were exposed on the open internet, including the administration tools, and he used it to track himself as he moved about town. And to put it in his words, he said it was like Netflix for stalkers. Now, again, in 2024 in Sedgwick, Kansas, an individual used Flock automatic license plate readers to track his ex-girlfriend's vehicle 228 times over a course of more than 4 months. Another individual in Braselton, Georgia, was arrested for allegedly using the systems to stalk and harass multiple private citizens who are not being investigated for crimes. Senators are also urging the FTC right now to investigate Flock for negligence in handling American citizens' data. In the Senate letter, it states that there have been 35 instances where Flock consumer data has been stolen. Furthermore, the money is going to truly reprehensible people. Palantir, Peter Thiel's CEO, is on the Epstein list. We do not need to be giving these people our money. The right to travel is an inherent right. It's a human activity, and it doesn't come with an obligation to report your whereabouts. If anybody wants to access where have I been, they need to have a warrant to do so. It's not just about being able to look at a license plate. Anybody can go outside and see that. The unconstitutional nature of this comes from plugging it into an AI surveillance network of over 90,000 cameras across the country. This is far greater about public safety. It's about an AI surveillance network. From the Stasi to the FSB to the Gestapo, they would be envious. They would worship this object at the altar of authority that they would use to completely deracinate our society of our privacy and our cherished values. I urge that we all cancel this contract. Public safety is always going to be the alibi of tyrants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Stephen Kornacki, 5410 Rogowski. I'm going to be quick because I agree with what everybody else says, and you guys already heard it, so I don't need to repeat it. I hope you heard it, and I hope you paid attention to that because that was a really good speech. I guess a couple questions that you guys need to ask if you're going to implement this. You need to ask, is your police force full of Sir Robert Peel? If you don't know him, he was the guy that started policing the police. When he joined the police force, he's like, what the hell's, oh, sorry, Miss Tillman, what the heck is going on here? And he actually started to police the police. Do we have Sir Robert Peels on our police department? I can't answer that because I don't know any of them. But I have seen a few times our city police department has made headlines for some personnel issues. My biggest thing is the unappropriated balance on here. Like I mentioned earlier, this isn't budgeted. So why are we even thinking about this if this isn't budgeted? You guys have brought up a few times about, well, we got to increase because in the past, the council or whoever, you know, they didn't do their job. So this, you are approving things that were not budgeted. Where is this money coming from? If anything, if this is an idea that's you guys want this, then this needs to be thought about when it comes for budgets for next year, because now I guess I should do my homework on this, on how many times I've seen unappropriated balance on here. I think we're going to be approaching $2 million so far this year. And then I'm not going to jump it. You will hear from me again, but there's another one on here that's unappropriated balance. of another 300,000. So 2.3 mil. I mean, that's you guys. That's not past people. You guys are approving things that are not budgeted. Just budget it at the end of the day. And then at least you won't hear from me. But there has been at least 3 cities that have made news in the past, I don't know, couple months. Bloomington, Indiana, they got rid of theirs. Syracuse, New York, got rid of all 13 of their cameras. LAPD, that's a pretty big police department. They got rid of their contract. So I guess my other question is this $300 additional on top of what's already being paid to Flock? Or is it going to be 300,000 total? Because if not, then we're going to be approaching closer to $500,000 for this Flock stuff. And I don't know, 300,000, I think that buys an extra floater, a cop floating around on each shift. I'd rather see that on an appropriated balance versus Flock cameras, but thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, Daryl Borton, 800 State Road 212. I guess I'm going to be the bad guy here because I'm in favor of it. It's going to help the Michigan City Police Department. It's going to give them a tool to bring them home safe. It's going to give the city, keep the city residents safe. It's also going to, with the drones, it's going to keep our public safe if someone goes missing. If I have a child missing, I would rather see a drone up in the air looking for that child. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Scott Melland, 200 Kenwood Place.
Good
It's
evening.
really nice to have other people speaking about this. I felt like Don Quixote there the last year or so, bringing this to your attention in the past. A couple of things. I prepared remarks that I've timed. I should be able to get it in, but I've got a few seconds here. Chief Shaparsky brought up a nice emotional argument. We'll always have an emotional argument, kind of like finding a criminal alien, illegal alien, and labeling all aliens as dangerous criminals. We're always going to have that outlier of a happy story. I have to be clear that I'm speaking here in my role as a private citizen. I'm in no way representing any board or commission at this time. With that said, I'd like to read my prepared remarks. I'd like to raise these critical questions regarding the proposed $300,000 expansion of our Flock camera system. While Flock alerts can be a useful tool for immediate law enforcement action, archiving data for 30 days crosses into unwarranted mass surveillance of citizens under no suspicion. While these cameras may currently be legal landscapes shift, and nearly 100 cities and towns, including Denver, Colorado, Eugene, Oregon, Sedona, Arizona, Evanston, Illinois, and Oak Park, Illinois, as well as others mentioned this evening, have already removed or canceled their Flock contracts. These municipalities have not done so because they are pro-crime, but because they prioritize the protection of liberty. Using a Flock alert in an immediate fashion, within minutes, for example, is a clear case for law and order. However, that becoming a searchable archive of every vehicle passing every camera every time for 30 days is a fundamentally different thing. People may say that we are already being tracked, but the vast power of the government is entirely different than the private sector. Flock says that they do not share data and that policies are in place, but corporate policies are not law and can change. In a free society, the people are supposed to have an eye on the government to know what they are doing. The Fourth Amendment shows that privacy is a fundamental, inalienable right. The government has no such right against we, the people. Contrary to the claims that Flock only photographs state-owned property, i.e. the license plate on your vehicle, their own marketing materials demonstrate that they capture a, quote, digital fingerprint of vehicles, including make, model, color, roof racks, and bumper stickers, as well as potential bystanders or bicyclists in the background. I'm not using profanity here. Be clear with what I say. I say that we are all getting flocked. I was flocked 3 times on the way to City Hall this evening. I will be flocked 3 times on the way home this evening, and I don't like getting flocked. Beyond the serious civil liberty concerns, we must also examine the financial impact of the technology. We currently have 60 cameras at an estimated $3,000 per camera annually, plus $100,000 per year for the Raven shot detecting system. This brings our annual contract to approximately $280,000. And for what it's worth, I don't oppose the Raven shot tracker. It doesn't record me as I'm traveling. It only records me if I shoot a gun or make another loud noise. And it does help response times with gunshots.
And Mr. Mealy, your time.
I just, please,
Sorry, I would have to do that for everyone.
you've let other people speak longer.
I did not. They were disrespectful and continued to speak. but I thank you.
I'll just wait until the end of this 4-hour meeting.
My name's Anthony Peoples. I live on South Carroll in the Fifth Ward. I'm also with Hoosiers for Liberty, and I believe in robust democracy, not in this Chicago method of autocracy that we're dealing with here. And I don't want to live in some constantly digitally surveilled state like China. I think this flock detection system is inherently anti-democratic, and sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Hello, esteemed council members.
Good evening.
First, I'd like to say thank you for the job that you're doing. This is not easy. You're here having to deal with all of us. And I know that a lot of these things have been very difficult. My name is John Riska. My address is 120 DeWolf, Michigan City here in Michigan City. But with that said, I too here am against the flock camera system. I believe in the Fourth Amendment and warrants. That's something that I feel very strongly about. And the idea that we have a national AI surveillance system where anyone who can hack into the system or has legal rights to it could just get in there and start tracking us or tracking anyone. And it has been, as many people said, used inappropriately to surveil little kids while they were doing their gymnastics class. I just saw that this afternoon as I was preparing for this. That's really gross. The fact that these AI systems today can only track our license plate or whatever doesn't mean that with an update, they couldn't do facial recognition. The Raven systems, I was watching somebody talking about how the next proposed thing is that they're going to start listening for scream detection, which means that these microphones could start listening to our conversations. Just because these technologies don't have the opportunity to do those things today doesn't mean they couldn't with an update. I believe that the officer is correct, that they've probably done good things for our safety. But at the same time, I agree with what the other gentleman said. I'd rather pay that $300,000 to have additional law enforcement here walking the streets, because as the officer said, ultimately it comes down to the officers are the ones who actually stop the crimes. It's not the surveillance that he said was a helpful tool that helped add to what the private investigator had come up with, but it was the investigator who actually did all of the work. And I would love to see more investigators than AI surveillance. And then the last thing would be, just that the people that were around me, they also felt that they wanted to speak here tonight on this topic, but they said that they had to work tomorrow. So, you know, things have run late, and I don't want to take up a lot of everybody's time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve Coyle. I live in Long Beach. I own property at 1612 Maple Street and over here by Congress Park. I'm not going to give my presentation as I did earlier, Mr. Dabney, and I can see Dr. Cora is always saying, thank God. But I do want to say, just from a budgetary standpoint, just purely financial, these are the questions I'd be asking, and these are the things I'm going to be requesting. I would want to know what the original RFP stated. That's what I would want to know. I'd want to know what the initial agreement stated. I wanted to know how long that initial agreement was and what was the renewal. Normally, having been working at Xerox and stuff, I'm really good at contracts, especially for the government. And we love automatic renewals. They just happen. Somebody in the controller office says, oh, the contract's up, let's just renew it. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not saying it works that way this way, but I want to know what that is. The other questions I would have then is, this is an enhancement that is way beyond a normal enhancement. You know, this is not putting a sorter or an automatic document feeder on a copier. We're talking about incredible enhancements with live cameras, drones, integrating with our Ring bells, doorbell systems and such, okay? That I think needs to go back out, as anything would be, as if it was new, okay? Not just, it's not an add-on, Okay, is what I'm saying. So I'd want to know those things. And if you're doing a renewal, then I think you have to go back out and do another RFP. If you're talking about $400,000+, I think it is prudent to go back out and take a look to see if there's other technologies out there, other companies doing this, so that you can get an RFP for $420,000. My final comment is this: at some point, you have got to push back on the departments and say, I'm all for getting safety. And I understand why the police would want this. Okay. But at the same time, I have to look at it and say, you gave us a budget. We approved the budget. You want $300,000 for additional enhancements? Find it in your existing budget. You don't get extra money. You're not a bank. You can't allow people to just keep coming to you and saying, please, mommy, give me some more money for my allowance. No, that's the budget. Now, you want those things for those enhancements? Submit them with your 2027 budget and we'll go through that approval process. Okay. Let's do that. Stop using, I guess I'm saying is push back on the rainy day fund. Hold on to the money as much as you can. Hold the departments to their budgets. If you know how to budget properly, the money is there. You know where to find it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be the last call for public comment. Do we have one more? Yes.
Good evening, Michigan City and City Council members.
Good evening.
I'm Tiffany Taylor, 701 East 11th Street. And not only am I Tiffany Taylor, I am also City Kids New Wave, which also represents the children of our community. To be honest, I am highly not in favor for this ordinance that would be reaching into our rainy day fund over 300,000 to expand or enhance the flock surveillance camera system. Asking for a huge chunk of money when we don't even have sidewalks in certain areas, which are important areas throughout our community, is mind-boggling. Let's begin with Paz Road, shall we? Which our Michigan City High School is located on, which has some of our own City Kids New Waves kids attending who are our Wolfpack football players and our marching band members who ride to and from practices on their bikes. I am 41 years old and just celebrated my 20-year high school reunion just last year, and yet there's to be a sidewalk on the high school Paz Road, or even on Woodland for that matter. I have a whole bunch here, but unfortunately, like the gentleman said before, people had to leave to go to work. I am currently supposed to be at work at this moment, but thankfully I have a wonderful employer that understands what I do. So City Council members, I ask of you not to approve of this. You just heard everybody giving you all this information. The internet does not lie. And we all know that technology at one point can fail us. Would we rather have more of a police presence, which me, who doing with what I do, I love having the police present in our community. I feel Flock would ruin that because they would be more screen watching than anything, than actually being involved in our community, which the community does appreciate, especially the children for that matter. They love being in interaction with our police. So I do ask of you to please not approve this ordinance and actually, as the other lady said, to terminate the Flock contract. Thank you, everybody. Like I said, I would love to speak more on stuff, but again, I'm late to work. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public comment. Public comments are now closed. Comment from the council, Dr. Cora.
Madam President, safety and security is very important, and thank you, Officer Shaparsky, for giving a very nice presentation, but also listening to the concerns expressed here about privacy and civil liberties. I would suggest that we table this and find the right balance between safety and security and privacy and civil liberties.
Support. Second.
That's my motion.
Vote no. Yeah, we want to vote. No.
So
I'll take a table.
before we
Give
vote,
more time to get answers.
before we vote, I would like to open this up for council discussion. I have something that I just wanted to share. Huh? Yeah, okay. If you could bear with me for one moment. Um. Now watch, I can't even find it. Oh. Oh, goodness.
Madam President, I just wanted to add one more word,
Yes.
tabled indefinitely.
Okay, I can't find it at this time, but I will bring this up under council comments at the end. Councilmember
Councilman-
Zelinski.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. I just have, is it okay if I ask Chief Saparski a question? Because I know we got a motion on the floor, but we were able to ask questions on that last
Open
ordinance.
discussion before.
Yeah, Chief. The community cameras, can you explain what your plans are with those?
Yes, so right now, as law enforcement, one of the big hurdles that we have is how fragmented our cameras can be across our businesses. When you think about businesses that are open late into the evening, some of our local gas stations, and businesses kind of like that, or businesses along our up and coming and kind of thriving downtown area. The community camera is an agreement that we enter with another business that allows us to place a live view camera on that business pointing in a direction of a public space. Think about, along Franklin Street, north and south. This is an agreement between a community and that business and the police department. But what that does is that allows us, if there's a police action occurring in the area, it allows us the ability to more quickly get eyes in that area, right? And begin gathering important evidence as our officers are en route.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's the only question I have.
Okay, before I finish that with that motion, I found it. The council members received an email from the LaPorte County Prosecuting Attorney, and I would like to share this, and I will be submitting this to the clerks to file with the clerk's office. And it indicated, dear council members, if you permit, I would like to speak. Unfortunately, Mr. Sean Fagan was not able to attend this evening. In favor of the flock appropriation that is coming before you on Tuesday. I have said publicly and privately that while flock does present some concerns, its usefulness as a public safety tool is not in doubt. When the council approved the expansion of the flock system in 2022, it assisted in dramatic reduction in crime. As MCPD leadership has provided to you, there was a 17% reduction in overall crime in 2023, 7% in 2024, and 4% in 2025. This was achieved not only by the hardworking members of the MCPD, but also from the installation of the flock system. I can tell you as prosecuting attorney that this system has been a great asset in building and prosecuting cases. And without this tool, a number of cases would not have been pursued or solved. Even as I write this, we are filing cases that relied on flock. Flock has led to the identification and location of suspects, and they wouldn't have been found or identified without it. Therefore, I support the passing of this appropriation before the council on the 21st and advocate for the same to you directly. Sincerely, Sean Fagan, Prosecuting Attorney, 32nd Judicial Circuit. Due to that, we have a motion on the table and a second to have this matter table indefinitely.
Madam Chair. May I speak?
And I had my,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Councilman Dabney. Can I? Councilman Dabney,
You wanna go?
you're at the spot. Go, Councilman Dabney. I'm calling.
Yeah. As most of the community knows, I was in the original council people that this was presented to when Chief Deion Campbell was still with the city. And so we talked about this system and what has happened and what is happening around Michigan City and surrounding areas. And I understand there are people who their privacy and in that we're talking about, that is a huge concern. I also have that huge concern concerning my cell phone and other things that I end up agreeing to the terms that I do not open and read. In terms of selling data, whatever they're doing with the data when I, accept something through my cell phone. I do know when this first came out, there were people that lived in my neighborhood who had concerns about this and wondering, were these cameras going to be on and seeing them every single day doing whatever they do outside in my neighborhood. And they were, like I said, and they were worried about this, as somebody said, the police state. And I do feel that when this flock system came to be, when it came to us, we were put in situations by our state government where these people decide to pass laws that allow kids to turn 18 years old to be able to run and go pick up a gun, no license, no permit, come back into our area, shoot the place up. And then, people run in here and crowd this area and tell us, go fix it. So then we start looking at ways that we can try to combat and try to solve some of these issues. And at the time, and I still feel the same way, the flock system is a system to be able to find leads to solve these issues. I know there's going to be people that don't agree with me, and that's okay. I know you're not going to agree with me 100%, but I have seen and witnessed some of the effectiveness of what has happened. I have seen reports, which none of that was shown on the television when they talk about finding kids under Amber Alerts and things like that due to the flock system and so forth. So there have been things that have happened that have been good for communities. But I do understand your concerns about your privacy and everything like that. But I bet everybody in here has a cell phone. And I'm sure somebody can tell you where that phone pinged last to be able to find you. So that is your choice. Thank you. And so we passed the flock system. And I saw that really as a reaction to some of the things that were going on, the ability to be able to have police with help to be able to assist to solve crimes. That's the way I saw it then. That's the way I see it now. And so that's part of what I wanted to say. And I also wanted to address something real quick. Can I continue on about unappropriated balances? Can I talk about that or do it in public comment? Oh, no, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear the truth.
Councilman Coulter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for Assistant Chief Shaparsky. And I don't know if these are things you can answer tonight, but it's something I'm interested in. I wasn't able to make the flock camera workshop, but you told a story about how I think it was an armed robbery in Chesterton.
Yes.
And then the perpetrators made it to Michigan City, and then that's where they were arrested.
Yep.
If flock didn't exist, how would that have gone down, or how would it have looked differently?
I think that, and I want to, if I can take 1 second, I want to say thank you, because I feel like the support from people out there advocating for police officers is great. But I think to your point, you're distinguishing a police officer with a technology-based tool. And I told 5 actually stories during the workshop. And as we heard some stories today about the misuse of flock, for every one story of misuse, I can tell you a dozen cases that are local to Michigan City as to how it was pivotal in the police officers making better decisions because of the evidence, and to what the prosecutor indicated, those make better cases and those come to better resolutions. To your point, when you think about police and going across jurisdictional lines, before, if you look, to a homage to the historical reference, you have your Ted Bundys and things of that was serial mass murderers that for the longest time, police didn't talk to each other. We had no way of communicating across jurisdictional lines. And so people like that and other individuals are able to travel and go throughout the country and commit these crimes without ever that communication happening between police. Technology has helped bridge that gap. There is nobody, I would find it hard pressed to find any individual who would be able to say that talking, police officers, police agencies, sharing information, talking to each other is detrimental to the safety of a community. In the example you gave, I told a story of an armed robbery in Chesterton. Flock alerted to that suspect vehicle coming into Michigan City. That suspect vehicle was stopped and that individual was apprehended prior to them being able to do any type of nefarious activities within the city. There was another story that I told about Operation Safe Shore. We stopped helping with the help of Flock, we were able to thwart crime before it was committed here. And so these stats that are zeros, people injured and things of that nature are extremely important when you talk about the sharing of information.
Thank you. And then with that, the example of the armed robbery in Chesterton, that seems to be an example of a time where if we had reduced the retention period from 30 days to even 3 hours, that story would still be true, right?
And that is, yes, that situation, yes.
So thinking about reducing it from 30 days, this is just a thought on my head, and I don't know where I'm going to land with this, but if we had a 2-week retention, if we had a 1-week retention, how would that change your ability to prosecute cases or create cases?
And I appreciate you bringing that question up. That was something that was brought up in the workshop, and I was actually asked for some statistics on that, which I sent out. And right now, if you look at the police department, 66% of the searches that we conduct are conducted within the window of 0 to 7 days. The remaining 30%, give or take 5%, is that 15 to 30 day mark. Those two, 66 and 30, those are important numbers. 66% of our department is the patrol division. 30% of our department is comprised of our investigators. So what you see is a technology that's being used in the now as calls come in, and you have it being used on the back end to help connect serious crimes. Another story I told during the workshop was about a year-long investigation called Operation Motown Blues. It helped dismantle one of the largest drug trafficking and firearms trafficking organizations in Michigan City. And that was a long-term investigation where Flock did assist in helping come to a resolution therein. So the retention times, we as a police department feel like 30 days, that 15 to 30 day mark especially is important for our investigations, our long-term cases where a shooting may happen on the beginning of June, and maybe the 3rd week of June, you can connect two together. And if I didn't know that first one was connected to the second one, there's no way I'd be able to query that and solve those crimes. And so our patrol division, again, is using it in the field every day, in those moments, those first initial moments of the call, and you have our 15 to 30 day mark more represented by our investigative division.
Thanks, Chief Sheparski. So then my last comment is more just a comment. So I don't know if you need to stay for it, but I do have, there is a question within it. Okay, sorry. So thinking about police drones, Evansville is working with Motorola. Has the Michigan City Police looked at other companies for the drone possibility?
Yes. Motorola, we had a demonstration from them. Their product is Brink. We've spoken to another brand called Skydio. The reason that we're with Flock is two big ones. Number one, integration into existing things like ShotSpotter. Yeah, I spoke earlier about how if a Raven alert goes off and to a gunshot, our officers get that live, and they're out there in 1 to 3 minutes. The drone, the first responder drone, not to be confused with us just putting a drone up all willy-nilly. This drone is integrated into the 911 center, right? And so if a 911 call comes in, or more importantly, a ShotSpotter or our ShotSpotter Raven, if you will, goes off, that drone immediately goes up and is on scene within likely a minute to a minute and a half. So we're increasing that response time there. And so that integration with the technologies is why we pursued Flock in this. We can't get those integrations with other drone companies because we don't have all of their products, if you will, or we don't have other tools that they offer. It's like the classic Apple and Microsoft, debate, if you will, over the last couple decades.
Thank you. My interest in the drones as a concept kind of goes back to one story that I saw yesterday where there was an example of a person in California where he might have been having some mental health issues, and because of those mental health issues, he was like outside a Taco Bell waving what they said was a gun around. So then dispatch sent somebody out, sent the drone out. The drone found that it was just he was waving around a lighter that looked like a gun. So when police showed up, they weren't guns a-blazing. They were able to go in calmly and work with somebody with mental health issues, and prevent a tragedy from happening. And then when I think about that too, I think of Tamir Rice, the 14-year-old boy who was murdered by a police officer in Cleveland. If a drone had arrived before the police officer had, Tamir would still be with us and would be turning almost 30 today. So there's examples of how this technology can be used to protect citizens too, and I want people to understand that. Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other? Councilman Dabney? No, okay. If there's no more discussion, we have that motion on the table. We had a second. Madam Clerk, to have this table indefinitely. Madam Clerk, for your vote on the vote, please.
Mr. Beatrice,
Nay.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Nay.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Miss Lee. Aye. Miss Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski,
Nay.
and Miss Tillman.
Nay.
We have 5 in favor and 4 opposed.
This matter has been tabled indefinitely. Madam Clerk, our first ordinance on second reading by title only.
An ordinance on second reading by title only, approving additional appropriation in the budget of the general fund for the purchase of road salt and supplies for the street department, vehicle lift expense and maintenance expense for central services and city hall repairs. And this is introduced by Ms. Tillman, Mr. Dabney, Dr. Cora, and Mr. Beatrice.
And do the sponsors have any comments that they would like to make at this time?
Good evening, City Council. John Smith, Mitch City, Indiana Street Director. I'm here today for this appropriation, of course, the 170 for the additional road salt. I'd like to explain. The last appropriation, when I came before you for approval for the road salt, we had several invoices that the vendor did not release to us, so that price wouldn't be reflected in the previous appropriation. So what we have now is a balance that we like to get approved for road salt to get us through the remaining year, and this will also replenish Fund 2202, that is the local road and street fund. So I'm here for any questions.
Did any other sponsors like to make any comments? Councilman Dabney.
I appreciate you sitting through to 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
To come up here to be able to, to step in and explain what the additional appropriation, is for, with your department. So I wish I could reach over and pat you on the back. But I really do appreciate that you stayed around to be able to explain it.
Yeah, no
but I think it's really self-explanatory what we're trying to do in terms of getting road salt and things of that nature. Things that we're going to have here with the city. We are going to run into winter again. We are going to need road salt. So it's a good time to be able to purchase these things and get those early. I used to work as the director of finance for NDOT over in LaPorte, and I did that for 3 years. And these were things that we were looking to do with NDOT to be able to purchase road salt and sand and whatever we may use on the roads and get it early, because prices don't go down. They continue to go up. And so I feel that way about all the things that we're doing here, because the longer you put that off, as somebody said earlier, I can't recall who it was, deferred maintenance is more in the hat. And that's actually true. That is very true. So I appreciate you guys, like I said, Sean coming out and then us, taking this into consideration, and let's get this done now. So we can take advantage of, what we can in terms of better pricing, rather than wait for inflation to hit. And we're looking at this 6 months from now.
I will indicate that this ordinance, which is on second reading, was advertised in the Herald Dispatch on July 8th, 2026. Formal public hearing will be held July 21st, 2026. Public hearing for comments is now opened. Are there any public? Yes, sir.
I'll be quick. Stephen, 5410. Again, unappropriated balance. We will talk, public comment. I can't wait to hear it. But if there's an increase in road salt, it would be better to see an unappropriated balance of, I don't know, $20,000 to $50,000 versus another 345. And then there's vehicle lift expense. Is this another lift? Are you buying another lift? And if so, you just brought up about maintenance. When you guys buy a piece of equipment, do you not plan to maintain it? That's what I don't understand. Because you could talk to the people you buy it from and they will have a maintenance plan for you. And then if you go outside the operating window, then you guys will develop and understand what you need to maintain on that equipment. And then it doesn't have to be an appropriated balance. And maybe I'm ignorant with this U word, but I see it a lot on this agenda. And my question is, if it's not been budgeted, where's this money coming from? And then other councils will have to deal with more money spent this year than you guys budgeted. So thank you.
Scott Melantur in Kenwood Place. It was a bad winter last year. It used up a lot of salt. I say give Shong the tools he needs to protect the city this upcoming winter. We don't want to wait. 6 months would be the middle of winter. We want the salt now in place for winter. And the unappropriated balance is the city has money in the bank that wasn't appropriated. We have some flexibility. People need to remember this mayor cut the budget over $5 million last year. And at the end of the year, I think $500,000 or maybe $1 million had to get added back. It was still a net $5 million savings from 2 years ago. So budgets have been cut, and sometimes you have to add back when you've cut too much. That means you've actually doing a good job cutting. So let's give him the money he needs to do the job for the city. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public? Do we have anyone online? We do not. The public hearing, formal public hearings are now closed. Comments from the council.
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Prisbalinski.
Yeah, to comment on the lift, yeah, for the central maintenance. That lift, I brought that to the attention, well, it was brought to my attention, and I took it to the attention of the mayor that we get this new lift in, because if a big piece of equipment breaks down, a fire truck or what have you, you're gonna have to tow that piece of equipment out to the garage somewhere else to get it repaired. So that has to be approved, and I'm sure we're gonna approve all this. And with that being said, that we go ahead and have third readings this evening also on this amendment, on
Is
this
that a-
ordinance.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Support.
We have a motion and a second to have third reading. Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Mr. Falter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Mr. Prisbalinski,
Aye.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
and Mr. Beatry.
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Madam Clerk, if you would, on this ordinance on third reading by title only.
An ordinance on third reading by title only, approving an additional appropriation in the budget of the general fund for the purchase of road salt and supplies for the street department, vehicle lift expense and maintenance expenses for central services and city hall repairs. And this is introduced by Ms. Tillman, Mr. Dabney, Dr. Cora, and Mr. Beatry.
Does any of the sponsors have any comments? There are none. Is there any public comments? Public comments are now open on this ordinance on third reading. Any public comments on this ordinance? Any public comments? Anyone online? We have no one online. Public comments are now closed. Comments from the council.
Motion
Councilman,
to approve?
Support.
Madam Clerk on the vote, please.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski,
Aye.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And this ordinance has passed. Madam Clerk, our next ordinance on second reading by title only, please.
An ordinance on second reading by title only, approving additional appropriation in the budget of the rainy day fund for street and sidewalk repair. And this is introduced by Mr. Prespolinski, Mr. Dabney, Dr. Cora, Mr. Beatry, Ms. Moldenhauer, and Mr. Coulter.
And would the sponsors like to make any comment?
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilman Prespolinski?
Yeah, I know it's pretty straightforward for street repair, maintenance and sidewalk repair, but $300,000, and I'm sure it'll get approved, is like, throwing a, pebble of sand in a bucket. There's so much sidewalk work that needs to be done in the city. And myself, the city engineer, we walked neighborhoods 2 years ago. And hopefully, and I was told that those sidewalks are gonna get taken care of this year, so I hope that's the truth. So, I'm in full support of getting this done. Let's go back to the roadway, the blacktopping, the CCMG, that we get from the state, and the road tax that we had to implement, and I'm gonna bring that up again. We had to implement that this year so we could get any money from the state. So when you go to get your license plate and you got to pay your road tax, don't sit there and complain about the Michigan City Council doing that. You can complain to your state representatives, your state senators, and your governor sitting in the state house. Thank you.
Thank you. This ordinance that is on second reading was advertised in the Herald Dispatch on July 8th, 2026. Formal public hearing will be held July 21st, 2026. This public hearing is now opened. Are there any public comments on this ordinance?
Steven, 5410. I'll be quick. Not bringing up the U word, but why is this coming out of the rainy day fund and not the wheel tax? You brought it up, but that's where I don't get. One, you had to bring it up to here to get the money, and this was pushed, I believe, if I remember correctly, September of last year. So we have money this year to do it. So why is it coming out of the rainy day fund? That's it.
Council, Scott Melantura, Kenwood Place. We definitely have a need for the sidewalks. That's well known. I'm a little confused that this 300,000 is actually broken up $200,000 for street repair. That is a pebble in a pond on that for the streets. What is the $200,000 doing? Why aren't we spending more on the sidewalks if this was a special appropriation? And is the rainy day fund the appropriate place for this appropriation? I don't know. I ask you if that's the right thing to do, but I'd like to see more sidewalks done out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this ordinance? This will be the last call for public comments on this ordinance. The formal public hearing is now closed. Comments from the council? Are there any comments from the council?
Yes.
Councilman Dabney?
I would like to make a motion to have second and third reading tonight on this ordinance.
Support.
Madam Clerk on the vote, please.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski.
Aye.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
and Mr. Dabney.
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And this ordinance has passed to do third reading this evening. Madam Clerk, if you would, this ordinance on third reading by title only.
An ordinance on third reading by title only, approving additional appropriation in the budget of the rainy day fund for street and sidewalk repair. This is introduced by Mr. Prespolinski, Mr. Dabney, Dr. Cora, Mr. Beatry, Ms. Moldenhauer, and Mr. Coulter.
And does any of the sponsors have any comments they'd like to make? There are, Councilman Dabney?
Yes. In regards to some of the questions like why the money comes from, where it comes from, additional appropriations are set forth by the mayor. And the mayor sits down with our city controller's office and they make the decisions based on the dollars that we have on where the appropriations should come from. So they didn't want to pull everything from rainy day fund, but they pulled a couple of things from rainy day fund. They have some unappropriated balances out there that they pulled from. So those decision on where the dollars come from are with the mayor, meet with our city controller. And they see what we have coming in terms of dollars. We still have property tax dollars that may come in. We still have some riverboat dollars that would come in. We still have riverboat dollars that went to Gary that's going to be coming back to us. So all of these things are thrown into the pot, and they sit there and they make the decisions on where the money should come from based on the dollars that we have. So that's how it's all figured out. To decide what fund dollars are coming from. And I can go into a long diatribe about unexpected dollars that have hit our account, hit with the city, over $8 million in permitting funds with the data center. We are picking up steam with permitting fees with people doing houses and so forth, businesses and everything like that. So all of these dollars come in, and somebody mentioned early in the meeting, it seemed like yesterday, they were talking about, well, you guys said you had budget issues and so forth. And about a year ago, we were looking at issues where they wiped $4.2 million out of the lit fund that paid salaries for police and fire. And then dollars come in and things like that happen. So you have to sit down every time you go to make an appropriation to figure out where these dollars are coming from. It is not as cut and dry as a lot of people want to tend to think. This is a moving target at all times. So I understand. I still plan to talk to my man in the back there. We just have a cool discussion about it. But this is what happens over time. So I'll leave it at that. Let it go forward.
I just lost my train of thought. Been a long evening. But well needed. So next, you did your comments. I'll open this up for public comments on this ordinance.
Paul Przybylski, 1716 Washington Street. I have a question about the sidewalk repair and maintenance fund. Didn't we establish a fund a couple years ago for 100,000? Is this an additional appropriation into that fund? And how do you get, is there an application process to get, have you guys created a process to get a piece of sidewalk repaired? Is there such an animal? And don't tell me to send the email. Because I talked to somebody over a year ago. You know what I was told? Oh, we'll try to get you on the list. I got one piece of the slab is all cracked up. So now here's what I'm gonna say. I believe that sidewalks are important, but where's the 100,000 that's in the fund? Where's the 100,000? So this is 200,000, and I'm being told that I can't get a 4x4 square fixed. Do they make a list? Is there a repair list required by the city engineer? Is that in the ordinance? I don't think so. But see, these are the things that you have to do to make people do it. And that's the point I was making earlier about the funding request. If you don't put it in the ordinance, it's not going to get done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belinsky.
Stephen, 5410. Uh, uh, you know, I don't really, I'm not saying, hey, yeah, pass this. Hey, no, because I mean, you guys all signed this. You guys are all passing this. It's already on third reading. I'm just kind of wasting everybody's time. But one, I heard it takes about $1 million to make 1 mile of road, right? So if that's the case, this is chump change. And I guess my question is to you guys, do you know exactly where these repairs will be? $300,000 worth of repairs? What street? What block? And I get it that the mayor tells you guys, hey, we need money for this. Okay, Angie, why? Where? Where are we putting this from? Those questions, not just, oh, mayor, done. So sorry. Good night.
Thank you. If that,
One more, real quick.
yes.
Get up.
Stand up.
Roger Willoughby, 401 East 7th Street. There was a city program, 2002. I inquired on it. The city cost for 165 square lineal feet, 5 feet wide, was $8,800 in 2002 because I inquired. I did it myself for $2,100. That sidewalk's still there. So the $1 million question is, we're throwing around all these numbers. $100,000 for sidewalk, which sidewalk isn't? You don't know. You have somebody saying, I need $100,000 for sidewalks. You need $200,000 for roads. Is it for striping? Nobody, you people don't ask any questions to the people that are taking the money. And here's one thing that I've been coming to these a long time, and you said it. How much money is the mayor's office sitting on under appropriation? Didn't you just say that, Mr. Dabney?
This is not a Q&A.
Oh, but you show me every week what the river fund is, comes in, comes out. How much money is the city sitting on under unappropriated? Do I have to FOIA that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Public comments, there's no one else online. Public comments are now closed. Comments from the council.
Yeah.
I have a comment, but I'm gonna let you, I have a short comment, but I'm gonna
Okay.
let you take lead on it though. As far as a list, prior, current council members, constituents, residents, it has been said repeatedly, if we see a sidewalk within our wards, or if you're in somebody else's ward or riding down the street, we were all asked as council members and presently, again recently in 2026 and prior years, you submit the street, the sidewalk that needs to be done to the city engineer. They comprise that list. They did take a picture. We've all done it. Whether you choose to utilize it, that's to each his own. I know that I have in the 5th Ward, we had a lot of work done in 2024. A lot of streets, sidewalks repaired, because I turned in, as many council members did as well, to the city engineer. And what they do then is, based off of the address, the location, they will then go and observe, or if you send a picture so that they have something else, so they know specifically where to look, then they will go out and they use a PACER system where it is ranked from 10 to 1, 10 being the worst, 1 is excellent. So depending on how it rates on the PACER determines which sidewalks is more in need of being repaired. We don't just arbitrarily just say, oh, go fix this sidewalk because I want a new sidewalk. It has to meet the PACER's qualifications in order to do so. So is there a list? Yes, we are responsible, or we're asked to submit that information to the city engineer. You can also send it to the street department. They can forward it on. They'll go out and check. They put it on the list. They determine, once they rank that sidewalk or that area or that street, will determine on how soon or when that could get prepared. And also depending on when we have those funds that are available to utilize. So there is a list that has been provided to the council. I don't know if you all can recall, but it wasn't too long ago that we got a list. We do have a list that lists those streets that are going to be prepared with the matching grant funds and the CCMG funds. Councilman Dabney. Did I do it?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So let me explain.
I didn't explain.
No, you did good. You did good. I just have something to add to what you said. I can feel more of my hair falling out. What we're doing right now with this, decreasing the rainy day fund unappropriated balance of $300,000. And all we're doing is increasing the street repair and maintenance fund. These dollars are not yet being sent out to do certain streets. This is taking and building up the fund to later be able to go and repair sidewalks and streets. Transferring dollars. I'm taking $20 out of my left pocket to put it in my right pocket. And so all we're doing is just adding dollars to the fund. So at some point later, we will be able to do those repairs. I'm lost at why this is so difficult. Yeah, I hear the rumbling and grumbling, but somebody tell me. But that's all we're doing at this point. We're just adding dollars to that fund. So when the call comes for us to be able to do paving and sidewalks, that the dollars are there. That's all.
Councilman President.
Yeah, Madam President, I understand the questions that come up to the podium, and I'm pretty confident that, people can understand what's going on with the transferring and stuff like that. We probably could have been out of here by now, but I don't think we need explanations on every thing that comes up to the podium. Thank you.
May I entertain a motion? Madam Clerk, on the vote, please. Oh, second, may I entertain a second? Thank you. Madam Clerk, on the vote, please. No, we're on third reading. This is the final vote on third reading.
Third reading, voting on the vote.
Ms. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Moe.
We got lost.
Aye.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mr. Plazinski.
Aye.
Ms.
I
Tillman.
think that was me.
Aye.
It was. Mr. Beatrice.
Aye.
Mr. Coulter.
Aye.
Mr. Dabney.
Aye.
Dr. Cora.
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And this ordinance has passed on the reading. Madam Clerk, our next ordinance on second reading by title only. But before you read that, I just want to say thank you to Fairstead developers that's been online all evening. Thank you for your patience. And Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
An ordinance on second reading by title only, authorizing and approving a payment in lieu of taxes pilot agreement with Garden Estates Preservation LLC. This is introduced by Ms. Tillman, Dr. Cora, Mr. Dabney, and Mr. Beatrice.
And does the sponsors have any comments at this time? If
Madam Chairwoman,
yes, Councilman Beatrice.
I apologize to Fairsteel. I wasn't able to make the last meeting, and I wanted to because this project is in my ward. If you went to the workshop that they put on, you know how important this is to the south of Michigan City, and in particular, Garden Estates. This is a wonderful opportunity to increase or improve the quality of life for these people. And the one thing I keep coming back to is this is going to put a washer and a dryer in every single one of these units. And that's a major thing. I've lived in an apartment before, There's nothing more of a pain in the neck than having to stand in a long line with all of your neighbors and try to get into that one washer and dryer, or worse yet, spend a lot of dollars to go to a laundromat. So I don't know why anyone would vote no against this. And I think it's a great project and a great opportunity for the people who live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beard. Does any of Councilman Dabney?
This is a question. Councilwoman Moldenauer and I were talking about this, and if we recall correctly, isn't there a time that we need it?
Yes.
Okay, so I know at some point, I'm gonna ask for second and third
Mhm.
because I think they're on a time crunch to have
Yes.
an approval. Okay, okay.
So, does any of the other sponsors have any comments they'd like to ask? If not, I'll open this up for public comments on this ordinance.
A lot of talk about money tonight. My name's Tom Donigan, 205 East 11th Street. I'm happy to hear that Fairstead wants to come to Michigan City to redevelop an apartment complex that definitely needs to work. It's the kind of investment that Michigan City needs. It's also great that Fairstead offered Michigan City the opportunity to participate in a payment in lieu of taxes or pilot program, so Fairstead could feel better about doing the project here. Pilots are a great thing when government or private institutions like universities own tax-exempt land and reimburse a locality for services provided. But wait, Fairstead wants the other kind of pilot, where private developers ask a locality like Michigan City to limit or defer property taxes, which decreases the amount they have to pay. That pilot is just another name for a property tax giveaway. So under this pilot, Michigan City is going to lose out on about $100,000 a year in property tax revenue. Fairstead's already going to get tax breaks from the United States and the state of Indiana, likely in the $1 million a year. So $100,000 a year is a drop in the bucket to them. And since they're a private company, we can't look at their financials. So I hope Fairstead at least shared them with you. $100,000 a year is money that Michigan City desperately needs. How many times have we heard the mayor say that the city has to cobble together the budget year after year from many different sources? For Michigan City, $100,000 is a large hole to fill, even with the windfall money from the data center. And the residents of Michigan City are already being asked to put up more of their hard-earned money towards the budget in the form of an increase in water and sewer bills, as we heard tonight. And we know the city is going to be looking for more money in the form of a trash pickup fee and an increase in the local income tax. And let's not forget, the schools are looking for more money from us too. Michigan City needs the money more than Fairstead needs the tax break. Indeed, Ms. Feldman told the council members at the workshop that the deal works without a pilot. She said the same thing again at the last council meeting. Since Fairstead is already on their record twice saying they can do the project without a tax break from Michigan City, take this proposal and vote it down tonight. Or the council can approve the agreement, and next time they complain about a budget shortfall, they can look at this night and remember the $100,000 a year they chose to give away. And residents will be happy to remind them. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this ordinance?
Scott Mellon, 200 Kenwood Place. Is this a one-time thing or an ongoing thing where we lose $100,000 a year for some length of time? I think that's something to understand. I'm glad that private companies getting money or a break to help upgrade their apartments. But is this a one-time thing or ongoing? What's the total cost to the city for this?
Are there any other public comments on this ordinance?
believe the question that was proposed is it's an
Sorry,
ongoing.
If you could please state your name
Oh,
and address.
excuse me. Paul Przbalinski, 1716 Washington Street. It's an ongoing it's ongoing thing, so it's gonna be like, I don't have the precise amount of years. So you figure if it's 10 years, how much is 100,000 a year, 1 million? That's, somebody else could have gave that to you. But is it worth that you're financing something that they're gonna be getting different tax credits? Is that, I think that's the question. And maybe our city planner and our I don't know, what's your title I don't know what his title is. I don't think he knows. But anyway, it is an ongoing thing, and that's what you should be considering, because they're gonna get credits. They're gonna get tax credits from the state and feds. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Any comments from Mr. York or Dr. Edwards?
Sure, why not? Since I don't know what my title is, I'm actually the director of redevelopment, but someone doesn't bother to talk to me, so that's okay. So Ms. Feldman, are you online? I can see your name up
Yeah.
there. Please jump in, but I'm gonna take a stab. So yes, taxes will be paid in lieu of, so you'll be getting direct payments rather than tax payments. But this is a way that cities can invest in projects like this. It's looked at just like an incentive. You have to look at it that way. It's a tool that you have available to you to make this project work. It's also a tool that the state looks at when they're looking at who gets the tax credits. They want to know, is the city in on this? Yeah, the project will probably pencil out without a pilot. That's a fact on paper. But when it comes down to actually, will they receive a tax credit when a city puts in and says, we're in too? That looks favorable. It's just like having an over 20% match. When you have a 30% match, it looks favorable at a tax credit application. They look at those things. You have to check boxes very specifically when doing these projects. So that's what you're basically deciding tonight, is are you in, or is this something you want to do? And there is a deadline on this to get in for the tax credits. The tax credits only work on cycles, and then the state decides. So that's kind of where you're at tonight. Ms. Feldman, I hope I didn't misspeak, or I can't remember all the exact numbers, but that's essentially how I look at it as a tool.
Ms. Feldman, did you have any comments?
Maybe she.
No. Okay. Yes. So with that being said, again, I'll close out the public comments and comments from the council. Councilman Dabney.
Oh, comments from the council. All right. So yes, as I stated a couple of meetings ago, these are the type of things that I like being a city councilman to be able to do. This is something that is going to help some of the least fortunate of us in here in Michigan City. And I do have the numbers. This is a 20-year, 25% payment in lieu of taxes, or a pilot. And so what's going to happen is a total investment of about $15.6 million. And the projected tax savings would be $20 million over 20 years. And the city will receive $670,000 over 20 years. But in my mind, the reason that we are given these pilots is because this allows these people to come in and build and to add amenities and to invest more into these properties. They can't make these dollars up because they're charging for low income. They can't charge $15,000 a month for rent to make up these costs. So what they're doing is they're keeping the payments of the residents lower. And so with us doing this pilot, or this agreement to allow them to pay us payment in lieu of taxes and have these savings, they're able to do things like this. And I actually have the notes here. They're gonna have new flooring, new carpet, stainless steel appliances, in-unit washers and dryers and dishwashers, new roofing on the building, site lighting, 24/7 monitored security cameras with, oh, there's those cameras again, with police access, construction of a playground and community building, leasing office, new playground and picnic areas. So with the money that they're saving, they're able to roll this back into the property to do all these benefits for the property itself. And like I said, this is, something you see me smiling because I think this is great in order for us to be able to help those people out there on Ohio Street. And I am happy, and you got your numbers, and I understand that people are a little bit upset, but whatever. It is what it is. I'm happy. I'll support this another 25 times. Because like I said, the very first time when I took office 10 years ago, and these are the things that I look forward to doing to be able to help the least fortunate of us in Michigan City. So that is why it's set up the way it's set up. I look forward to this project happening, and I can't wait to see the completion of it, to see the improvements that happen out there for these people out there on Ohio Street.
Councilman Chris Belinsky,
No, I don't have any questions.
Dr. Cora.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. First of all, there is a need. This place is really dilapidated. There is a need. We need to improve this. And at a time when we are dealing with homelessness, we want to increase the number of homes people can stay in, improve the amenities. And the last thing I wanted to say was, with the current interest rates, if we don't provide some incentives like this, it's hard to find people who will come and develop this kind of housing. And I think it's a win-win situation for them and for the residents who are living there and for the city to make sure that there is affordable housing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I'll just conclude in regards to this as well. This is something I will verbally give a verbal support in this moving forward. With that being said, I would like to entertain a motion to have second and third reading this
So
evening.
moved.
Support.
Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski,
Aye.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney.
Aye.
Dr. Cora.
Aye.
Ms. Lee.
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Madam Clerk, if you would, this ordinance on third reading by title only.
An ordinance on third reading by title only, authorizing improvement of payment in lieu of tax pilot agreement with Garden Estates Preservation LLC. This is introduced by Ms. Tillman, Dr. Cora, Mr. Dabney, and Mr. Beatry.
Do any of the sponsors have any comments they'd like to add? Councilman Dabney?
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
If there are none, I would like to go straight to public comments. Public comments are now open on this ordinance on third reading. Are there any public comments on this ordinance?
Yeah, Tom Donahue, 205 East 11th Street. You know, Fairstead's not just going to make their money from what the residents pay. The federal government is going to be topping it off with the Section 8. Fairstead's going to charge more than the going rate. They're going to make money off of it. They're going to be making money off of us because we're going to have $100,000 a year. You guys were talking about this all night long. Money's not there. You're going to give it away. The project, they said the project's going to get done whether you give them the pilot or not. Fairstead's just going to make more money. Have you guys even looked at what does Fairstead make? What's their net profit in a year? How much does their CEO make every year? You know, you guys are all Democrats and you're always worried about, giving money, giving tax breaks left and right to rich corporations. This is one right here. We don't know how much they make. We don't know how much their CEO makes. They can afford to do the playground, the community room, all that stuff. They don't need the tax break from us. It's a great project. I support it. I really want to see something done out in that area, but we don't have to give away all of our money in Michigan City.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this ordinance?
Scott Melanturn, Quinn Place. Since second reading, I've learned stuff about this. So another way to look at this is that our $100,000 contribution in lieu of taxes is leveraging nearly a $16 million redevelopment of 220 housing units. And they are low income housing units where the rents will be at 30% of the median or something like that.
Mhm.
That is very affordable housing. So when people say they're not building things for people who live here, this is actually an example of what the council is doing for people who live here and who are less advantaged. So with the new information, it sounds like this is a good thing and I support you supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this ordinance? If there are none, public comments are now closed. Comments from the council? Councilman Dabney?
Support.
Madam Clerk on the vote, please.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski, Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And this ordinance has passed. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would, Madam Clerk, if you would, our next ordinance on second reading by title only.
An ordinance on second reading by title only, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of Michigan City, Indiana, amending the text of the Michigan City Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance number 4120, referred to as the Housing Infill Amendment. And this is introduced by Mr. Dabb.
And would the sponsor like to make any comment?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Edwards, Planning Director. So we just wanted to take a moment to highlight and add some additional information to the discussion post first reading. And so there are a few things that we want to highlight. So rediscussing the problem or the challenge rather, Michigan City's older neighborhoods have a number of parcels that are non-conforming. So that means that they are smaller than what today's zoning code requires. And so this mismatch makes rebuilding or building new on them quite complicated and discourages reinvestment right where we want it the most, which is in our established infrastructure-ready neighborhoods. So this ordinance amendment will create an alternative set of setback standards for the R1E and the R1D single family zoning districts. The things that we are looking at and highlighting the most are the front, side, and corner lot setbacks. So a builder can put a compatible home on a non-conforming lot without going through the very extensive Board of Zoning Appeals process for a variance, as we discussed previously. And again, it's worth noting that a version of this already exists for our R1E zoning district. And this has worked very well over the last decade or so. So this amendment formalizes it and it extends the concept into our R1D zone neighborhoods. These aren't arbitrary numbers. So staff worked very extensively. They didn't pull these flexible standards out of thin air. We actually looked to peer cities, such as City of South Bend, that already practices things such as this. And so staff previously surveyed actual existing lots within our community and the homes in these neighborhoods, looking at front setback averages, square footage, and corner clearances to make sure that the new standards actually reflect what's already existing and already there. So the goal of this ordinance amendment is to be compatible and not just allow for anything to go, as we had a very extensive discussion during first reading. Again, the alternative standards are available pretty much a la carte, right? So a builder can use the standard code or pull from these alternative standards where it helps make a lot more buildable, whichever fits the project. So nothing about this forces smaller homes or non-conforming footprints. It just removes an unnecessary hurdle when someone wants to build one. So what are some of the benefits and exactly why does this matter? Why is this incredibly important is sustainable development. Again, highlighting and reiterating that The infrastructure is already in place. So this is reuse rather than annexation of new land, and it grows the assessed value base within the city. And also the process. So we want to talk just very briefly, very high level in regards to the mechanics of this. So this process allows a clear by right pathway where no variance requirement is needed. It offers a clear direction for builders and somewhat a faster delivery of new infill housing while still preserving neighborhood character and aesthetics. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this, but I will diverge to legal counsel. The planning department would like to recommend that this not only go for second reading, but also third reading this evening or this morning, whichever comes first.
Maybe look at the clock. Somebody that's Eastern time.
And there isn't anything legally that would prevent the council from electing to go forward on third reading.
I'd like to open this up for public comment on this ordinance. Needed that.
Paul Przybylski, 1716 Washington Street. I do have some questions. I stopped today at the planning department, but I could not get a hold of the doctor. And if I may I ask the doctor my questions to expedite this? And that is this gonna apply through the whole city, correct?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
That's not specified in the ordinance.
Um,
I know it says R1, R and R3, right? And but most of the west side and north are, when they were platted, were 50 by 100 foot, no, not 100 foot, I think 50 by 80 foot lots. Okay. So I'm concerned if it's gonna apply to me and other people, because I live on a corner lot and
You can use it.
there any wood in here? Anyway, if that would, no, that's composite. Well, if that would apply to me, do the easements count as a setback? Cause I live on a corner lot. I didn't see that in the ordinance, the example. You know, like a easement on the street, you know, between the sidewalk, and then are you counting the sidewalk or just the property line for the 25-foot triangle?
Good answer.
Oh, you can?
Easements don't count. You have to measure from your lot line, and it's not in this ordinance because it's not specified in this ordinance. It's actually specified in the rest of the ordinance. That's where you measure from. So it's your lot lines. It's always your lot lines. And actually, not all of the west side was platted by 50 by 100s. It was platted by 45 by 100s or 35 by 100s because that's what the zoning code said in the 1910s.
But I'm using the example in the ordinance right here.
Yep, that's the new ordinance.
Okay. The other problem I got with this is that this is expedited for modifications approved by the enforcement official or a designee that do not exceed 5% of any required dimensional standard of this ordinance. So, and then it goes on to read that if it meets that requirement, a neighbor is not notified. Only if it goes out of the requirements, it goes back to the same process of getting a variance, correct? So see, the neighbor, I believe the neighbor where a lot is gonna be developed should be contacted.
Okay.
Okay, one more thing.
No, sir. Your allotted time has elapsed.
Well, this is important.
It is. Then I would ask that you schedule to meet with those
It's in the language in the
departments.
ordinance. The language is
Understandable,
wrong.
but your time has slotted and we can address that at a later time.
I don't want to keep this out later than we have to, but so the 5% is a very limited adjustment. It allows us just to, so say we were at, I'm making things up. Let's say we're at 10 foot. We can go 5% more to make it fit with the rest of the houses. This is all about putting things back that were there or historically were there. There was probably a house on just about every lot in our city at some point in time. There's probably very few lots that did not have a structure on them from, say, 1880 to where we are right now. It's just that we've done a pretty good job of demolishing old houses. It just is what it is. So this is about putting back what's there and making it by right. Right now, if you build 1,000-foot lot and if it's on 20 foot by meet all your setbacks, there is no notification process. It's just I buy the lot, build house. That's what it is. It's really trying to create that by right process to put something back that was there. We're trying to keep the character of the neighborhood. That's really the point of the ordinance. So just keep that in mind.
And I also don't want to keep folks any later, but I believe Mr. Prespolinski may have been referring to the variance process where neighbors are notified when a petitioner is seeking a variance. They're required to, within a certain distance of their of that parcel or property that is seeking the variance, to notify their neighbors and allow them to remonstrate or come to a public hearing to remonstrate and whatnot. So I assume that may be what Mr. Prespolinski is referring to. But again, we do want to reiterate again and again that these are alternative standards for our builders to support infill housing, and that these are optional. So when these standards, the set of standards is optional, it just defaults back to what is currently in the code.
Sorry, one more. Sorry, and then hopefully we get out of here. Also, you still have a competing standard. So just because you have a zoning code that says you can go to X, the fire code says you have to be at X. So 10 foot's always going to be between houses. I can't remember a time we've granted a variance to go below that, because it's like that is the fire code rule, or you have to fireproof a wall or something into that effect. So you're always dealing with a push and a pull, if you will, and the push isn't always from zoning. Sometimes the pull is from the fire code, which is actually a state building code. So you have to deal with that too. So no matter what we say, if it doesn't meet the requirement, the fire code's going to probably always trump what our zoning code says from the standpoint of feasibility of building.
And additionally to that, during the variance process, we do work cross-collaboratively with all of the necessary departments to make sure that these parcels and these properties that are obtaining variances are following said code. So, as I've been instructed previously to stay in my lane, my lane kind of fluctuates. It's fluid, like these standards.
Sorry, real quickly, Scott Melland. I've been following this. I've talked to Mr. York about this offline. This is just another tool in the toolbox. It doesn't force anybody to do anything. This is a good thing. It's a good thing for an old city if we want to fill in our old non-conforming lots. Again, it doesn't force anybody to do anything. It just allows people to have some flexibility in what they can do. I suggest you go to third reading and pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments on this ordinance is now closed. Comments from the council. Councilman Dabney.
I made it dramatic. All I'm going to do is just ask to waive the rules and do second and third reading tonight.
Madam Clerk, on the vote, please.
Mr. Prespolinski,
Nay.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
8 in favor, 1 opposed.
And this is going on to third reading this evening. Madam Clerk, if you would, this ordinance on third reading, please.
An ordinance on third reading by title only, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of Michigan City, Indiana, amending the text of the Michigan City Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance number 4120, referred to as the Housing Infillment Amendment, and this is introduced by Mr. Dabney.
And does the sponsor have any comments on this ordinance? There are none. I'll open this up for public comments at this time. Public comments on this ordinance. Are there any public comments on this ordinance? Public comments. Public comments are now closed. Comments from the council?
Motion to approve.
Madam Clerk on the vote, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had,
Okay.
you said comments from the council.
Comments
So,
from- my
yeah.
apologies. Yes, Councilman Prisbalinski.
Yeah. I have a question for Dominique. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with this ordinance here, and I'm just trying to get a better understanding of it. So with the ordinance, if I have a small lot next to my house, okay, in between my house and the neighbor's house, I got a lot, I don't know, 100 feet wide and 50 feet deep. So what does that do if somebody wants to build a house there or have a, a fill-in house or whatever what we're talking about here? So
Well,
what does that do?
Well, the example that you actually used, sir, 100 by 50 is a buildable lot. So, but if it's zoned R1D or R1E, these alternative standards do apply. Um, and so you're allowed to legally build by right using these alternative standards. So, as long as it fits the neighborhood characteristic or the block characteristic. So, but you can either follow the current zoning code or you can utilize these alternative standards if that parcel is zoned appropriately.
Okay, and you mentioned the neighborhood characteristics. What does that mean? What does that mean? The
Right.
style of houses that are in the neighborhood?
I'm sorry, say again, sir?
No,
What
I
was
mean
that?
the style of the houses in a neighborhood.
So we're talking about lots. So we're talking about lot sizes. We're talking about the dimensions, the setbacks, and things like that. So
Okay.
so for example, I'm sorry. Oh, and square footages. So Skylar was reminding me square footages as well also apply to that. So if we're looking at the square footage of a home, right? So if we're looking at the average square footage across the lots within on a block, and so say we require currently for that a home be 1,000 square feet, and so say some of these neighborhoods that have smaller lot sizes where it might not be at the 100 by 50 but 100 by 40 or et cetera, so on and so forth. So the square footage of the home might be just a little bit smaller. So then you average each home on that block, right? And so whatever that neighborhood average ends up being is then factors into the square footage of the home, the allowable setbacks and things like that. So when you're trying to either build back by right or if a home has been either burnt down or you're trying to just fill in that gap, we want to make sure that it doesn't throw off. You can't come in and build a larger scale home or a smaller scale home that kind of throws off the neighborhood characteristics, right? So if you have a block, for example, that might be what I call a little snaggletooth, right? And so you're trying to fill in appropriately. You don't want to come in, so you have a home that might be 800 square foot, right? Or you might have a whole block that has 1,000 square feet, and then you have a couple of vacant parcels in between there. That average is going to be around that 1,000 square feet. So you're going to keep moving on with the current zoning code as it is. But then you might have another block and a block after that with smaller lot sizes, smaller square footage and whatnot. So then you want to continue to match the neighborhood aesthetic and the neighborhood characteristic to not throw off really,
Right.
what's happening within that block.
Okay, I understand that. And then they have to come to the Department of Redevelopment or city planner
Mhm.
to get their plans approved to build on
Yes,
that
sir.
lot too.
Right. So
Okay.
planning will always be the first blush that where we verify the zoning, the setbacks and whatnot for any new builds before we pass it off to the building department.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Is there any other additional questions I can answer for the council this morning, sir?
Yeah, real quick, something that you mentioned before that when we talked and we talked about how this would avoid everything having to be sent to Board of Zoning Appeals. You guys would be able to make the decision, or whoever's in charge would be able to make the decision rather than everything piling up, have to go through that monthly meeting of Board of Zoning and Appeals. We can move faster. We can get the reputation for wanting to help build around the area and that. So thank you.
May I entertain we did, we did. The extra question. Madam Clerk on the vote, please.
Ms. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter,
Aye.
Mr. Dabney,
Aye.
Dr. Cora,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski,
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Congratulations. This
Thank you,
ordinance has
council.
passed.
Thank you.
Next, we have new business. President Tillman is requesting to change the Tuesday, August 4th, 2026 regular scheduled council meeting at 6:30 to be held on Wednesday, August 5th, 2026 at 6:30 PM due to the National Police Night Out being held between 5 PM and 8 PM on Tuesday, August 4th.
Madam President, does this need a motion to approve?
Yes, I'm getting there. I would like to entertain a motion if the council is in favor of this.
I so move.
Support.
Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk on the vote, please.
Mr. Beatry,
Aye.
Mr. Coulter.
Aye.
Mr. Dabney.
Aye.
Dr. Cora.
Aye.
Ms. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Moldenhauer.
Aye.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mr. Prespolinski.
Aye.
Ms. Tillman.
Aye.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
So to the public and to everyone, the Michigan City Council meeting that was scheduled for August 4th, 2026, our regular scheduled meeting has been changed and moved to Wednesday, August 5th, 2026, same time, same location, 6:30 in the Michigan City Common Council chambers. Next, we have unfinished business. If you would, Madam Clerk, please.
Nominations, the council has one appointment to the Veterans Commission due to Danielle Corley's resignation on June 2nd, 2026. Her term will begin immediately and expire 12/31 of 2028. Applications received is Tracy LeVay and Blake Schobener.
Okay. And those notations was carried over at the July 7th, 2026 council meeting until July 21st, 2026 council meeting. I would like to open up for nominations at this time. Council members, if you can indicate if you'd like to nominate Tracy or Blake by stating their name.
Tracy LeVay.
You can abstain. Mhm. I'm sorry, Councilman Beatrice.
Tracy LeVay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you can go through each council member for a nomination.
Mr. Coulter,
Abstain.
Mr. Dabney.
Nominations for the Veterans Commissions due to Daniel Corley resignation.
Oh.
The two candidates' applications is Tracy LeVay and Blake Schober.
I mean, Tracy LeVay.
Dr. Cora,
Tracy LeVay.
Ms. Lee,
Are we nominating or voting?
Nominating. Who would you like to nominate between those two individuals?
Do we go through everybody?
So just a point of order. Normally, when we're nominating, we just ask who wants to nominate who. A second isn't required. If, for example, there was only one nomination, then we know there's only going to be, right, we only have to deal with one. If each of these two individuals end up getting nominated, then you can just go right to the election and ask each council member what your vote is. And either it's going to be Tracy LeVay or Blake Schober, right?
If I may ask, but
Yes.
if we go, let's say if we don't do each individual and somebody do want Blake, but how will we know if they want Blake if we don't?
You just call for nominations and they'll blurt out
Oh.
whoever they want to nominate. And as long as you have the two nominations, now you need to have an election.
Okay,
If only one person was nominated, you don't have the need to have the
Okay.
election at that point.
okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other nominations? If there are none, nominations are closed. The application that was received, the only nomination was for Tracy LeVay. We can vote.
No need to have the election.
No,
That was the only
okay,
nomination.
because-
Yep.
Congratulations, Miss Tracy LeVay. Would you like to say something?
You guys trying to keep me all off, so. I'm like 4 hours past my bedtime right now. That's
It was well worth the wait. Congratulations.
It's only 11:10. Come on down.
You don't have to. If I may ask the Madam Clerk to add under new business. I want to go ahead and do this now to get this out of the way. So it's not overlooked at the last minute. One moment, bear with me. I got to get the date. If you would, I'm requesting to change November 3rd, 2026, Michigan City Common Council meeting that is held at 6:30 p.m. to be held on November 4th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. The request is due to that November 3rd is election day. It's the general election. Now we will open up for comments from the public. If you please come. No, she got, it's at the next agenda. Please state your name and your address, and you are allotted your 3 minutes.
Paul Prespolinski, 1716 Washington Street. I'm gonna make another appeal to the representative to the Utilities Board to hold a workshop that he sponsors so that he can make the decisions on how it's gonna be ran. I want to let everybody know that, yeah, there were workshops and the narrative was actually controlled by the sanitary district. But I want to make a suggestion that, you know, if you wouldn't have gave 40-year tax abatement to this project that's now turned into a Google project, you'd have money. But also that you're looking at a fee increase, but you're missing the real issue is called impact fees, and they have not structured anything yet, and they haven't structured anything at the water department. I was at the water department today talking to the superintendent. That's where you're going to pick up money, all right? Impact fees. And there's things going online that you can put an impact fee on them. And the Google project is one of them. So anyway, you could have a free trash day also with dumpsters so people wouldn't have crap laying all over the easements in town, all right? Excuse my determination, but I think it's crap when you see it all over the city as I do. Because I got a chair that I need to get rid of, but I'm not putting it on the easement. I'm not doing that. I think it's rude. I think that, you know, I'm going to make a statement here. When Mr. Kinsel was down at the sanitary district, if you had something, he came and picked it up. There wasn't no horsing around. That's what I think's what's missing right now. But I also think that you guys can find the money to give the money to the sanitation department as a grant. So they're fiscally sound. You don't have to put a fee on me because I know what's going to happen. As soon as they can bond, they're going to bond and put in more fees on us. And within 3 to 4 years, people are going to be paying $120 a month here, average. And that's a fact. And people can stub their nose at it. One more thing. On their literature, they have not prioritized their projects. They have not prioritized their projects. And this horsing around that they're doing with the Lafayette Sewer Project, they're making an excuse again not to do it. This thing's been horsing around since 2011. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, council. Good evening. Louis Sebecki. I live in Trail Creek. I am a member of Scout Post 451, American Legion. Our property is over by the stadium. Back in 2019-20, we had built a ramp, which was and is very successful for the handicapped. We are in the process of trying to vacate the alley because right north of our building, there's a alley. My commander had left. He has to go to work. All I have left is Tracy back there. But I am asking if a member, I think this is the proper way to do it, to try to vacate that alley so we can build a platform, banquet, smoking room, really, what our intent is, because we went to non-smoking and we are a non-smoking club, but there's still smokers that like to maybe go outside and have a drink, a cocktail smoke. So what is my process? Because we've been told we could build it, then Socrates is getting a building permit. He can't get the building permit because this other outfit said, no, you haven't done this and this. I'm in a quandary myself. I'm just the judge advocate down there now. So do we need to vacate that alley? Ask for a petition by one of you council members, maybe sponsoring a petition for us to vacate the alley. And what my proposal is, with our parking lot, the remainder of that particular alley, there is a couple of businesses just east of us. They have an alley. We could allow them with an easement or whatever that they could still come across our parking lot to go into the alley. But we've been maintaining that alleyway, snow plowing. We had it paved, for the last 20 years. I'm a 49-year member there. I need some guidance.
I'm going to address this to our council.
Yes, my recommendation would be for you to start with the planning department, the young lady that was up here.
Okay.
That's the best place to start. Ultimately, it will be considered by the council, but it shouldn't start with them. In the end, something should be presented to them with kind of a cohesive plan of what you intend on doing.
The one that would be helping us to get the alley vacated or swap?
She's the one that'll help you get there. Yes. Ultimately, it would be considered by the council, but she's the one that'll get you started, so that it's in the proper format and it's properly before
Planning department.
Yes.
Thank you, folks. Good morning. Where are we having breakfast at? No? Okay. We tried.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Amy Lisinski, 104 Mayfield Drive. Back with some FOIA updates. I'm curious if any of you guys are ever going to ask yourself what could be going on upstairs. What could they possibly be hiding that they can't comply with simple FOIA requests? Your job is to represent your wards, not protect the people upstairs. We are required to follow deadlines. So sometimes we're FOIA requesting things because we want to appeal something. Then when they take 3 months to get back to you or the 6 months to get back to you, they turn around and throw it in our face that we missed a deadline. But they're breaking laws left and right with FOIA requests. So for a large FOIA request, I requested tomorrow will mark 7 weeks from a request I made on June 3rd. Please remember a while back, I shared a story with you from the state when they shared an example of 6 weeks for large state requests, which Michigan City is not to that level. Tomorrow will also mark 11 weeks for a small FOIA request I made that I sent in on May 6th. It's completely unacceptable. Why can't they follow simple rules? We're required to follow deadlines, but they're not. I I would like to add that still to this day, every time I've traveled on Tryon going towards 12, every time I've driven that way leaving my house, I passed a truck for the data center traveling in the wrong direction as far as updates. And I know you said they've been communicating, but another big question going forward as they're starting the second phase, and phase 2 will be added on, where are we at with the sound levels? Because those were barely getting into our city levels with phase 1. Now we're adding the second building and almost doubling the backup generators. Where is this project going to be at with noise levels when we add in the second building? Please also keep in mind that what they are addressing for noise is not the low humming sound. That's the biggest concern when it comes to our health. Going back just to a little bit when hearing us talk about the money and trying to understand things, I don't know if it's possible to add where you guys are sharing the unappropriated balances in the rainy day funds, where we can kind of see that as every meeting we come here and you guys are borrowing from those things. I paid attention a lot when we had the budget stuff in the fall that'll come up again. So I know that lots of trimming, and I know they've said maybe it got trimmed too much, but if we can kind of see where you're pulling that money from and see that you have all this in reserve, that might make some people feel better as you keep dishing out this money. Also, I know we had a lot of it tonight of second to third readings. And a while ago, one of you guys who even kept voting today to pass them on mentioned to stop doing those as much at the meetings. I thought they even mentioned they were going to bring an ordinance forward, because I get it. Some things have deadlines. Maybe that could be an exception in there if an ordinance came forward. But you should also think about the fact that when people we know we have 3 chances to come to speak to things. When you move things from second to third reading, you're taking away a chance where maybe somebody couldn't show up on that day of the second reading, but are going to try to mark it on their calendar to show up for third reading. And then you took that chance away from them to come speak if they had a conflict coming to the second meeting of that. Lastly, I will say I am again reaching out for you guys to maybe make simple rules. I've brought this up before, but just simple rules of replying to emails. Yes, we get to come here and speak, but I have seen more than once you guys playing on your phones, playing on the laptops if you have them, and not listening to the people speaking. So even acknowledging our emails, that can be something. Listening to us when we speak up here is something that's just being respectful to us, the way you ask us to respect you guys. And even I know I suggested this to my representative. I think she said it would be something she'd be interested in. But go to your wards. Have monthly or quarterly meetings with them. Ask them what they want you guys to come here and how to vote and how to represent you. Let their voices be heard to you guys, because you're representing us. So find ways to get the community more involved into this process. And then that's going to give hopefully more transparency and not catch people off guard as much. Thank you.
Are there any other public comment?
Maybe, just maybe the last one. Scott Melantur, I'm going to place, I'm going to complete my flock comments, but I'm going to continue from where I stopped. I don't like being flocked. That's where I was. Beyond the serious civil liberty concerns, we must also examine the financial impact of this technology. We currently have 60 cameras at an estimated $3,000 per camera annually, plus $100,000 per year for the Raven shot detecting system. This brings our annual contract to approximately $280,000 a year. Funding has previously been pieced together from various sources, such as the Redevelopment Board and federal grants. Eventually, the full financial burden will fall on the city. Does the increased efficiency from Flock allow for a reduction in force to offset these costs? Or conversely, would the $300,000 expansion budget be better utilized to hire 2 or 3 additional officers? What will the total annual renewal cost be after this expansion? What are the current crime statistics, and have they decreased more than the national average since we implemented Flock? There's been a general decline in crime since COVID. It kind of spiked during COVID, and it's trended down nationally nearly 30%, very similar to our local statistics. So have we outpaced the national decline because of Flock? While the system has a high utilization rate by our department, we need to determine how many of those crimes would have been solved without it to understand the true net benefit. Before we approve expanding the system, we need to have an informed conversation about best practices, financial sustainability, and whether the net benefit justifies the cost both to our budget and to our liberty. The chief is asking to use $300,000 from the rainy day fund. Well, I say it's not raining. That's it for the Flock. Thanks for your consideration. Concerning a previous comment about second to third amendment readings, one thing to be aware of is that On second reading, it can be changed by amendment at second reading. And I've seen this in the last year where we have on second reading, changed it by amendment, and then gone immediately to third reading on the same night. I think that should not be allowed. That is a flaw. That negates public comment completely. You come for a second reading, it's changed by amendment at the council meeting, and then it's immediately to third reading. There's really no time for public comment or consideration of the change by amendment. I think that's something to consider on these second to third readings. And again, I thank you for your time. Hopefully this will be the longest meeting of the year. Good night, everyone.
Steve Coyle from Long Beach, property owner here. First, I'd like to say thank you to the deputy and to the chief. I did go to the workshop, the Flock workshop, and it was very insightful. I was not aware of everything, and I learned a lot. I have to commend them because they sat there and they answered literally every question. And I've got to believe I won the award for most questions. And so I want to thank them for that. That was very, very useful. I was at one time a military policeman, so I know why a police force would want flock cameras. But I also defended this country and I defended our rights. And that's why I'm also going to do that. Okay, so you can do two things at one time. Quickly. Last month, I asked the council to call a timeout on data center expansion in Michigan City. Tonight, I'm back because the movement that was gaining ground when I last stood here has become a full-scale national reckoning. Let me give you some numbers. There are over 4,000 data centers operating in the United States today, 4,000, with more than 1,700 additional facilities planned. Right here in Indiana, we have 23 already operating, and 92 more are in the pipeline. 92 more are in the pipeline. Indiana has seen 30% increase in data centers in the past 6 months alone, and communities across this state are saying that's enough. Nearly 1/3 of Indiana counties have now passed restrictions on data centers. Marshall and Cass counties have banned new data centers outright. Right here in Northwest Indiana, Maryville has passed a 1-year moratorium on May 26th. Valparaiso is advancing a moratorium right now. The state of New York became the first state in the nation to enact a full 1-year moratorium on hyperscale data centers. This is not a fringe movement. This is a consensus that is building city by city, county by county, state by state. Enough is enough. And it is building because the American people are demanding it. 7 in 10 Americans oppose data centers being built in their communities. The people of Michigan City are no different. And this council knows it because on September 2nd, 2025, this room was filled with the community and it's expressed its overwhelming rejection of data centers. And yet, 7 of us voted on phase 1. It is my understanding that the majority of you and the mayor of Michigan City, along with the head of the Economic Development Corporation, have all signed NDAs. Let's be clear. There is no NDA signed by our mayor and government officials that erases its obligation to disclose information to the public. There isn't. Shame on our local authorities.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your time has lapsed.
Okay. I appreciate that. No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Have a great evening.
You as well. Are there any other? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Another Stephen, last one. Stephen, 5410. The one thing I would ask you guys to consider is when it comes to the sewer and water increase, maybe only consider the first one so we're covering our basis of we're not losing any money. We need to go back, I think it was September as well, when the wastewater guy was here, superintendent, he was saying everything's fine. There's nothing wrong there. And then we were also under the impression that the state prison was being shut down. So does this thing, you're still getting water from there. Now you're getting water from the data center. They're working on building 2. You guys got Trojan horse. We were all told, 66 generators, now 133. What are they going to want to do? Expand on top of the buildings that they got? Because they would only ask for 2 buildings. What about expanding upward? So now they're taller. Stuff like that. We're being told it's okay, and then now rate hike, rate hike, rate hike. I came from Chesterton. It is gold coming out of those faucets, and it's even more gold when you give it back to them with more in it. It's crazy. One reason why I came to Michigan City, and a lot of other people come to Michigan City, because it's affordable. You guys are just past the pilot program for affordable housing. What about their water bills? Is it being subsidized that we don't know about, or that I'm just ignorant about, I should say? But now you're increasing their water bills. So then, will it still be affordable for them? I get it. You guys got to play a juggling act. It's not going to be easy sitting up there, but we also got to consider the facts that we were told in the past. And are those affecting what you guys are having brought to you now? Because first, I was under the impression our water treatment, everything's fine. But now we're like, hey, we need more money. And then we need more money on top of that because we're going to do some stuff without telling you guys what our projects are. So, and Lavender, they gave you $100,000 to throw at the water treatment stuff. I'm assuming that's not enough. I mean, it's never enough. It's the government. They always want more, right? So I guess have a good night. Thanks for listening to my spiel. Be waiting on you, Mr. Dabney, about the U word. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comments? Do we have anyone online? We do not. Public comments are now closed. Comments from the council. Councilman Prizbalinski.
Yeah, as simple as it may seem, the question was asked here, what should citizens do if they have a sidewalk problem in front of their house? All you have to do, and this is the bottom line, get hold of the city engineer and put your request into the city engineer, and that's the bottom line. There's no forms to fill out, nothing like that. Whatever Mr. Warner has, that's what he goes with, and he's got a record of sidewalks that he will be working on. And that's how it goes.
Councilman Dabney.
Yes, and I just wanted to make sure that he's still around for us to talk about the unappropriated balances. And I know there was also a question outside regarding unappropriated balance. If you'd like to hear me explain that, I can do that as well. And I was going to give somebody a shout out to try to end on a positive note. A city worker that I've known for a extremely long time. We grew up in the same neighborhood. He's worked with the street department, refuse, and he lives and dies, bleeds Michigan City. I know he's probably not up to see this, so I may say it again next week. But I'm talking about Mr. Ted Woodard. Ted Woodard has been working, like I said, with refuse and the street department for many, many years. And he takes a certain pride in the Eastport neighborhood. When he's called to pick up trash or something like that for a house on Edward, if he's out there in the bulldozer and he sees something over on Pleasant, he goes and grabs it. He has this pride about what he's doing. He's always been that way. Always been able to rely on him. And he's just a great dude. And I just wanted to point that out. I'm going to try every council meeting to grab somebody. I have the department heads give me somebody that needs some recognition for what they do. And I wanted to start with Ted Woodard. He's been helping me out, helping out my neighborhood, my community for a very long time. And I just wanted to give Ted a shout out. And with that, I will end on a positive note and say, big ups to my guy, Ted.
Are there any other council comments? I would just like to say again, thank you all for your patience for this evening, for this late meeting, but we were able to conduct business and to complete that business. So with that being said, may I entertain a motion?
Madam President, just one comment. And I know that there's still some boards and commissions that have not yet gave their 2025 annual report. Isn't that true? I think we need to get those commissions lined up and get them in here. I mean, we're halfway through 2026 and they haven't reported on 2025 yet. So,
And that is correct. And I would say this, if that is a board that you are sitting on as a liaison or a voting member, please talk to the president of that board or commissions to make sure they get that turned in. Because we will be reviewing possibly in the near future in regards to how sustainable are these boards and commissions if they're not going to follow the proper protocol? So with that, again, may I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.